Chapter 1354. He did not panic and carefully thought about the current situation. The reason why Qin Yu was being chased was because he had taken the immortal flame from Li Yizhou. Judging from the situation, it was obvious that both the mysterious race and the dark camp were determined to obtain the immortal flame. It was also because of the existence of the immortal flame that the two sides could use some unknown method to lock onto Qin Yu's location. If he wanted to get rid of the two sides, he needed to conceal the aura of the immortal flame. But the furnace had obviously failed in this aspect. The good news was that besides the furnace, Qin Yu had also obtained a fire spirit. Now the array spirit had replaced his consciousness and entered it in a dormant state. According to the stone tower, as long as the new array spirit awakened the fire spirit, it would not be difficult to conceal its aura with its ability to control the flames of the world. In other words, as long as Qin Yu could hold on until the fire spirit awakened, he would be able to get rid of the greatest danger and enter the invisible state again. Of course, entering the invisible state did not mean that Qin Yu had to stay as far away from the two sides as possible. On the contrary, with Qin Yu's current strength, the possibility of finding the immortal flame alone was very small. To solve this problem and smoothly obtain the immortal flame, the best way was to start from the dark camp. The reason was mentioned before. Since they could divide a part of the immortal flame, the dark world could certainly lock onto its main body. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. It was useless to think too much about what would happen next. He had to survive until the fire spirit awakened. It was not that Qin Yu did not have confidence. It was because after the stone tower's confession, Qin Yu estimated that the strength of the two sides had soared by several levels. If a true divine entered World Zeroth, it would not be a threat to Qin Yu. Even if 3 to 5 of them joined hands, it would not be a problem. Even if they could not win, they could run away. But what if it was a true divine? This was not impossible. Qin Yu only had one life, so he could not take the risk. What should he do? Moving continuously was certainly a good method. He could use the turbulence inside World Zeroth to make himself in a disorderly state. However, this was clearly not enough. Who knew what kind of tricks the mysterious dark world and the mysterious race had up their sleeve? The stone tower said, "Master can create a doppelganger that carries a part of the immortal flame's aura to attract their attention and create an illusion to ensure your own safety." A thought fluctuation spread into Qin Yu's mind, immediately releasing a great deal of information. This is a simple puppet creation method. Master can try it. After looking through it several times and asking the stone pagoda about it, Qin Yu determined that he hadn't missed anything. He felt that this puppet creation method wasn't too difficult. After trying twice, he successfully condensed a fireball in his hand, which contained a small amount of eternal flame. Although creating puppets would definitely exhaust the eternal flame in his hands, he couldn't care too much about it at this time. First of all, the consumption wasn't too great. Qin Yu had activated it with the puppet technique, so the aura it released was very strong and gave off a false impression. Secondly, there was no practical use in keeping such a tiny bit of the ever-burning flame in his hands. Only by waiting for the fire spirit to awaken would he have a chance to take another step forward and find the main body of the ever-burning flame. Thirdly, of course, it was to ensure his own safety. This was also the most important point. When you're alive, everything you own is yours. If you're dead, everything you own will have nothing to do with you. Treasuring treasures and sacrificing one's life was a foolish thing. Qin Yu couldn't do it. After creating the puppet with the ever-burning flame aura, he still had to find a suitable carrier for it. In this aspect, Qin Yu was already prepared. The various strange beasts that lived in the world Zeroth were mostly violent due to the fact that the laws here were broken and the space was chaotic. However, there was a type of bird-type strange beast that Qin Yu had encountered a few times before, which left a very deep impression on him. As mentioned before, the strange beasts in the world Zeroth looked very strange. Qin Yu named them, bullying the weak and fearing the strong bird. The reason for this name was very simple. This type of bird-type strange beast was the same as other strange beasts. They all had a fiery temper. When they encountered an intruder, they would not care about anything else. They would go up and fight head-on with the intruder. If they successfully killed the opponent, there was nothing much to say. Of course, it would be a full meal after the hunt. However, if they failed and discovered that the opponent was too strong, the ferocious and terrifying bird that was overflowing with killing intent would turn around and escape without any hesitation. Moreover, once they escaped, it would be very difficult to stop. They would keep escaping, perhaps because they wanted to escape from danger as much as possible. One of the reasons why Qin Yu had such a deep impression of this bird-type beast was that it fled as quickly as it could when the situation turned bad. More importantly, he had coincidentally encountered another bird that he had beaten away. More than a day had passed, and it was still running for its life. It flapped its wings with all its might and let out a strange and urgent scream. It was as if it was being chased by 100 wild beasts. It desperately flew across the sky and then rushed out of the small world fragment, disappearing into the turbulent space. It was exactly the same as when it first escaped. That scene left Qin Yu speechless. His lips twitched and there was only one thought in his mind. This fellow really cherished its life. So although the description of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was appropriate, if you wanted to call it a fearing death bird, there was no problem at all. That's right, the puppet carrier that Qin Yu had chosen was them. After being frightened, they would frantically escape. Moreover, once they started escaping, they wouldn't be able to stop. Of course, this was the best choice. If the dark faction and the mysterious race were really fooled and chased after them, haha, then it would be very busy. Let's do it. Qin Yu turned around and left. He began to search for this type of bird-type strange beast. Perhaps it was because they didn't like cleanliness and didn't bathe even once in a few years, so their feathers emitted a faint fishy smell. And Qin Yu was a dignified body of rules, so his sense of smell was very sharp. In addition, this type of strange beast had a tactful nature. There were many of them in the inner part of World Zero, and they were a very common type of bird type. After walking through 2 small world fragments, Qin Yu successfully found them. His luck was relatively good as he encountered a pair of birds on the first time. Looking at the situation, the 2 in front of him seemed to have hooked up not too long ago. If Qin Yu didn't jump out and disturb them, they would soon be doing some activities that would make the birds happy, such as creating a few eggs and hatching a few chicks. Therefore, the 2 birds that bully the weak and fear the strong were extremely angry at Qin Yu who had ruined their fun. They joined hands and rushed over, determined to teach Qin Yu a ruthless lesson. But it was clear that they had overestimated their strength. And Qin Yu was not a soft persimmon that was easy to bully. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Moreover, the pair in front of him wasn't a decent couple. Seeing that they couldn't deal with this troublesome matter, how could they have the mood to do anything else? They quickly spread their wings and flew away. Male and female, it was impossible to tell from their appearance. Qin Yu was too lazy to care about this. He grabbed one of the eternal fire puppets and directly threw it into the body of one of the birds. Although he couldn't truly understand what this birds that bully the weak and fear the strong was feeling right now, he could see that its eyes were wide open, its feathers were standing up, and its body was twitching. It was obvious that it was scared by the aura of the eternal fire puppets. He released his hand and in the blink of an eye, the frightened bird disappeared without a trace. Its speed was at least twice as fast as Qin Yu remembered. TSK, its potential was amazing. The effect was better than he had imagined. Qin Yu was extremely satisfied with his choice. But now was not the time to indulge in his own self-satisfaction. There was still another birds that bully the weak and fear the strong trying to escape. Since he needed to scatter his line of sight and hide his whereabouts, It was necessary to make several more targets. Of course, the main reason was that it wasn't too difficult to make these targets. The reason he let these birds that bully the weak and fear the strong go was because he didn't want to waste time. If Qin Yu had chased after them seriously, they certainly wouldn't have been able to escape. For instance, the one in front of him that he didn't know whether it was male or female. It flapped its wings so fast that it left behind afterimages, but it still wasn't able to avoid being caught behind it. Its neck was almost broken. Qin Yu smiled. Don't struggle, otherwise if your neck really breaks, it will be you seeking death. I won't take any responsibility. Just as his voice fell, the bird immediately became obedient. It stared at Qin Yu with a pleading look in its eyes. His small appearance made him look rather pitiful. What an actor! Stay there and don't move. After throwing down these words, Qin Yu loosened his grip and his fingers rapidly formed a law formula. The moment he loosened his grip, the birds that bully the weak and fear the strong shook its wings. But in the next moment it forcefully restrained its urge to escape. This was because it knew just how terrifying the human in front of it was. It simply had no chance of escaping. Soon, a flame appeared in Qin Yu's hand. He looked at the shivering bird and his lips curved up. You are very smart, but all I can do is wish you good luck. The puppet only contained an extremely small amount of inextinguishable flames. In addition, it had been deliberately activated to release its aura, so its strength would soon be exhausted. If it wasn't found before then, it would naturally be able to escape. Thus, Qin Yu felt that he was actually very benevolent and gave them a slim chance of survival. He waved his hand. Without needing to say anything, the large bird spread its wings and flew away, disappearing without a trace. 2 avatars were completed. Qin Yu turned and left. In his opinion, this wasn't enough at all. At the very least, he needed to multiply it several times. After all, the more avatars he had, the safer he would be. Half a day later, Qin Yu waved his hand and sent away the birds that bully the weak and fear the strong. Then, he let out a long breath. The 21st one. Nearly half of the inextinguishable flames within the furnace had been used up. No matter what Qin Yu said, it wasn't willing to spit out any more. Thinking about it, having 21 avatars was already an exaggeration. If this could be locked onto, then his luck would be off the charts. Even if he created several dozen more, he would still be found. Whatever. What he needed to do next was to be like the avatars, and constantly move around, waiting for the fire spirit to awaken. According to the senses of the furnace, this wouldn't take too long. Shua Qin Yu's figure moved and he rushed towards the edge of the small world fragment. Chapter 1355. Bang! The teacup in Li Yizhou's hand was crushed to pieces. The boiling hot tea splashed onto his ashen face. The cultivator who came to report shrunk his neck, his face filled with sorrow. If he had a choice, he would not have come here. However, his luck did not allow him to stand out from the crowd and draw the only bad luck card. Everyone already knew of the Sixth Highness' current situation. Simply put, it was either succeed or die trying. Who knew how twisted his heart was? If he did not think things through and wanted to drag someone down with him, then no matter how you looked at it, he was a very good choice. Thinking of this, the cultivator's expression became even more bitter and he almost cried. But fortunately, Li Yizhou had not lost his reason. He was well aware of his current situation. If he wanted to take back the eternal flame, it was not enough for him to rely on himself. He had to rely on the strength of the cultivators under him. Although venting his anger could give him a moment of pleasure, it would only cause him to be isolated and his life force to be cut off. Taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling, Li Yizhou's expression became calm again. He said, "I understand. You may leave." The cultivator who came to report felt as if he had just passed through the gates of hell, did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly bowed and left. 22 disorderly moving imperishable fire auras were clearly a deceptive formation, and only one of them was real. Liijo did not care how the other party did this, but there was one thing he knew: his third brother definitely knew where the real eternal flame was. In other words, as long as he wanted to, he could find it at any time and make a great contribution in recovering the eternal flame. With this contribution, the next person to control the eternal flame would naturally be the Third Highness. He could even be confirmed as the true successor to the throne of the desolate Emperor. As for why the Third Highness had not entered the Zeroth land, to avoid arousing suspicion, our desolate Emperor had always cherished his reputation. Even though he had done some disgraceful things, he did not want to leave a stain on his reputation. After all, the dignified lord of the Western Desolate had actually schemed against his own son. This was truly a shameful thing to say. They had to put on enough of a show. Even when the situation had become extremely dangerous, they would let the third prince stand up and turn the tide, leaving everyone speechless. Liijo's heart was cold. He was filled with hatred for this, but he knew very well that it was because His Majesty cherished his feathers that he had a chance to turn things around. As long as Shao Chun could retrieve the everlasting flame in the shortest time possible, Old Third would have no chance to turn the tide. That was the original plan. But now, he actually sensed 22 moving inextinguishable auras. Wanting to lock onto the true body was naturally a very difficult matter. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to brace himself and continue forward. The opportunity to survive would not fall from the sky. He could only rely on himself to fight for it. Shuao Liijo stood up and strode out. Gather everyone and pass down my orders. Split up and pursue. Find the eternal flame in the shortest time possible. The first to determine the location of the eternal flame will be heavily rewarded. Yes, Your Highness. Groups of Dark World cultivators shot into the skies. 3 true saints appeared beside Liijo. One of them frowned. Your Highness, I fear that the strength of the Eye of Darkness will not be able to support such a large number of transmissions in a short period of time. Once it surpasses its limits, it will suffer irreparable damage. Liijo had a calm expression. So what? This person wanted to say something but was interrupted by a wave of his hand. 3 saints, please rest assured. After we descend into the southwest desolate region's broken world, I will bear all responsibility. The Eye of Darkness involved a great deal. Once it was damaged, the western desolate region would inevitably hold it accountable. Since Liijo was willing to bear all the consequences, there was nothing to worry about. The 3 true saints had a bit of praise in their eyes. The reason they agreed to help was because of the will of the previous desolate emperor. But looking at it now, this 6th Highness that didn't seem too outstanding before was actually a talent that could be molded. At least in this crisis, the cold and decisive nature he displayed was extremely rare. Of course, praise was just praise. They were well aware of the current situation. Unless Liijo had a chance to turn things around, they would have to hold back. Liijo's eyes swept over the 3 true saints. His expression was calm, but he could roughly guess what they were thinking. There was nothing to complain about. This was the reality of the world. He was struggling to survive, so there was no reason for others to gamble everything to help him. 3 saints, let's go. Xiao Liijo shot into the sky. His eyes were filled with determination. He didn't believe that he would be defeated here. As long as there was a chance, he would give it his all. Perhaps the turning point would be in the next moment. A similar situation occurred on the side of the mysterious tribe. After discovering 22 traces of the inextinguishable flames, they immediately responded. The tribe members scattered in all directions to search for them. Although there were 22 traces of the inextinguishable flames, from another perspective, one of them was definitely real. As long as they were lucky enough or fast enough, they would definitely be able to find it. As a result, the entire world Zeroth land suddenly became lively. The individual cultivators from Haoyang world quickly noticed the unusual movements of the Little King and Little King's forces. These people were like red hounds, as if they were looking for something. There was no need to use their brains. Even if they used their knees to think, they would know that something big had happened. Could it be that they had found the key to finding the Dominator's relic in the world Zeroth? Thinking of this, no matter how calm and composed the cultivators were, they couldn't help but feel excited. Hurry, hurry, hurry! This news must be passed on immediately to inform the big shots behind them, so that they could send reinforcements in time to avoid missing this opportunity. The result was that the inconspicuous inn in the mysterious cave city suddenly had a huge increase in guests, and many of them had great backgrounds. This made the innkeeper unable to contain his excitement. Could it be that the day that he had waited for so many years was finally coming? Just as everyone was incomparably excited, but in reality, they were all completely confused about what had really happened. Only Ling Xiao vaguely guessed at some of the truth, and his heart was instantly filled with emotion. As expected of Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden, he was like the sun in the sky. Even after entering the world Zeroth, he was still like a dragon swimming in the sea, able to set off waves at any time. Ling Zhao's intuition told him that the key to the movements of the dark world and the mysterious race was likely the flame he had inadvertently seen. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, beneath his cold and indifferent face was a clever heart, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to have his current cultivation. When the Dark World cultivators chased him down and Qin Yu rescued him, in the end it was all because of that flame. Just what was it? Ling Xiao had to admit that at this moment, his heart was stirred. This was an instinct that no one could avoid when facing a lucky chance or good fortune. But soon, he suppressed this impulse and his eyes became calm once more. Although lucky chances and good fortune were good, it also depended on whether or not he had the ability to eat them. The Heavenly Sword sect wasn't a great tree, and his own strength wasn't at the peak of the world Zeroth. The reason he broke into this place was first out of curiosity, and second was because he wanted to use the dangerous environment here to temper his own sword will in order to take a step further. Before Qin Yu's senses weren't wrong. Ling Xiao had arrived at the edge of the sea of bitterness. The reason he resisted the temptation and didn't step into the Saint realm was because he wanted to consolidate his foundation and enhance his growth potential. Half-step Saint wasn't Ling Xiao's goal from the start. He wanted to go further. Somewhere in a small world fragment, the Great King and Little King clashed. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme and the air was filled with sharp killing intent. And in his senses, he could feel the aura of the ever-burning flame rapidly approaching from afar. It would soon arrive here. The ever-burning flame belongs to my western wasteland. If you want to interfere, you are going too far. The Dark World cultivators roared. Someone from the mysterious race sneered. The Southwest Wasteland's broken world is my race's territory. I fear the one who is going too far is your Western Wasteland. Cut the crap. Are you going to leave or not? Humph, impossible. The Dark World cultivators roared. The ever-burning flame belongs to my Western Wasteland. Even if only one of us is left, we cannot allow it to be taken away by others. The mysterious race cultivators responded with equal harshness. We will fight to the death. Whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. A great battle was about to erupt. Then, in the next moment, a sharp cry that could only be made after an extreme shock was transmitted into everyone's ears. It approached from afar, accompanied by the sound of its wings flapping with all its might, as well as wisps of a fishy stench spreading in the air. Just like this, the first greedy and fearful bird was exposed. Its luck was really bad. It was actually surrounded by the Great King and Little King. Being caught off guard, it encountered the two opposing sides. Feeling the other party's powerful aura, the large bird's trembling liver almost exploded. The dark faction and the mysterious race. Not only did the vast young world cultivators call them the Great King and Little King, even the mutated beast groups in the world Zeroth already knew how terrifying they were. The greedy and fearful bird abruptly turned around. Its neck was almost broken as it desperately flapped its wings in a different direction. No, to be exact, it was even more desperate, because it could clearly feel that those people's eyes were all on it. What are they looking at me for? I am just a passerby. If you want to fight or kill, please continue. There is no need to look at me so passionately. At this moment, the large bird really wanted to cry. But what it didn't know was that everyone present, whether they were from the dark faction or the mysterious race, when they saw it, their hearts also collapsed. The aura of the inextinguishable fire actually came from the body of the large bird. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. How did they do it? But this wasn't the key point. The key point was that they all had a deep understanding of strange creatures like the greedy and fearful bird. If the other party chose them as a vessel, then that was truly sinister. Bang, with a loud bang, the fleeing greedy and fearful bird was smashed into pieces in midair. Watching the unflaming fire puppet fly out, spin around, shatter and vanish, everyone was stupefied. The worst-case scenario had already come true. A group of cowardly birds that had been frightened would not stop at all. They only knew how to flee and flee desperately. No wonder the 22 inextinguishable fire auras had been crazily moving without any pattern now. Everything had an explanation. What was the point of confronting them? What was the point of fighting? What was the most important thing now was to quickly report this matter. A moment ago, the terrifying atmosphere of black clouds pressing down on the city disappeared without a trace. The dark faction and the mysterious race turned around and left. Chapter 1356. The first unlucky person had appeared. As he rushed forward, Chin-Yu suddenly felt something and turned his head to look at a direction behind him. The inextinguishable fire puppet was personally made by him. There was a small backdoor in it that allowed him to sense the status of the puppet. Now that one had suddenly disappeared, it was obviously destroyed. The reaction speed and tracking efficiency of the Dark World and the mysterious tribe was much faster than Chin-Yu had imagined. But it didn't matter. Unless his luck was too bad, the chances of him escaping safely was very high. This was because, according to the furnace's response, the formation spirit had completely fused with the fire spirit and would soon wake up. At that time, he would conceal the aura of the inextinguishable fire and enter stealth mode again. Then, he would be able to get closer to the dark faction. Of course, he couldn't be careless. As long as the fire spirit hadn't woken up, he had to continue being careful. Otherwise, once he was surrounded by the big and little kings, he didn't think that he could escape safely. Because the beasts in World Zeroth had no names, they were temporarily called the Cowardly Birds. When the Dark World and the mysterious races learned of this grievous news, they gnashed their teeth at Chin-Yu. He cursed this bastard in his heart. This bastard is truly treacherous and cunning. To think that he could think of such a maddening method. The mysterious tribe felt a headache coming on. After confirming that finding the inextinguishable fire was indeed a time-consuming and laborious project, Li Ijo sneered in his heart. He knew the power of the inextinguishable fire better than anyone else. It wasn't a simple task to make a puppet to confuse the enemy. Unless one had a deep understanding of the inextinguishable fire and was prepared beforehand. Your Majesty, you are a person who cherishes your reputation. Did you not realize that this was a huge flaw? In this world, besides the West Wilderness, who else had such a method? Li Ijo could feel the pity in the eyes of the three true saints. It was obvious that they had realized something. Haha, this could be considered as an unexpected harvest. Even if he were to fail this time around, there would likely be some voices in the western desolate lands that would cause our desolate emperor to be extremely furious. It doesn't matter. No matter how fast these birds fly, no matter how erratic they are, one of them is real. So, what we need now is enough patience. That's all. To be honest, after hearing Li Ijo's words, the three true sages who had already changed their opinion of him were even more surprised. This Sixth Highness seemed to be even more outstanding than they had imagined. Patience. This word sounded simple, but in today's situation, it wasn't something that anyone could achieve. Even if his heart was filled with anxiety and unease, it was already very commendable for him to calmly say these words and make such a gesture. The great bird hunting operation had officially begun. When the dark faction joined hands with the mysterious tribe, the combined power of both sides was unbelievably terrifying. In such a difficult situation, there were still craven and cowardly birds, being captured one after another. Unfortunately, they spent so much time and effort that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was not even a hair of spoils of war. The remaining 17 inextinguishable flame auras. There were 14 places left. There were 9 remaining places. There were 7 remaining places. As time passed, the battle to capture the birds was fruitful, and the scope of the target continued to shrink. No matter how lucky the person holding the ever-burning flame was, the space left for him to maneuver was becoming less and less. There was only the aura of the Fifth Legion's eternal flame. In other words, there was a 1 in 5 chance of encountering the true master of any hunt. After being tossed about, the exhausted dark faction and mysterious tribe cultivators began to cheer up. A sharp light shined in their eyes once more. Soon. We'll find him soon. This bastard, once he falls into our hands, we'll make him understand what it means to wish for death, what it means to live a life worse than death. At the same time, the smell of gunpowder between the great and little kings became increasingly thick. In order to track down the remaining inextinguishable flame auras, many small and large conflicts erupted, with both sides suffering casualties. There was nothing they could do. Even if they didn't want to fight, they had to fight. Now, every single inextinguishable flame aura had a chance of being the true master, so how could they just give it up to others? But in truth, not long after the great bird hunting operation began, when there were only 15 puppets remaining, the array spirit version of the fire spirit had already smoothly awakened. It was very smart and didn't reveal the least bit of resistance. It obediently joined forces with the great furnace and completely covered up the inextinguishable flame aura. In other words, the inextinguishable flame aura on Qin Yu's body had long since disappeared. Of course, in order to prevent the number of puppets from being exposed, he had sneakily caught another greedy and cowardly bird and placed the inextinguishable flame puppet inside. Thus, whether it was the dark faction or the mysterious tribe, none of them discovered that the person they were desperately searching for and chasing had already concealed his aura and easily left. Thus, everything they were doing now, or rather, everything they had been doing since a long time ago, was completely meaningless. If they fought each other, the injuries they caused would be even more meaningless. The only one who knew everything was Qin Yu. But would he choose to learn from Lei Feng and tell them the truth? There was no need to even think about it. These two groups of bastards, each one of them wants to kill me. It would be best if they could fight each other and all of them died. Tell them? I won't say anything even if I choke myself to death. Was there anything more comfortable than watching tigers fight in this world? Qin Yu felt that there was. This was a play that he had designed himself, and the two tigers didn't even know about it, continuing to fight each other like idiots. It was extremely comfortable to watch, simply delighting in both body and mind. That's right, Qin Yu had changed his face and pretended to be a rogue cultivator from the vast Yang world to watch the show. He had already encountered the dark faction and the mysterious tribe 4 times. The closest one was a cultivator from the mysterious tribe, who was only about 100 meters away from him. Unfortunately, no one had discovered that the person they were desperately searching for was right under their noses. If the truth was revealed, a group of people would probably spit out 70 to 80 mouthfuls of depressed blood on the spot. The fifth aura of the inextinguishable flame was a battle between the dark faction and the mysterious tribe. In the end, they captured a large bird, but it was torn to pieces by both sides in anger. It was said that its death was extremely miserable. 1 second of silence. The fourth aura of the inextinguishable flame was a replica of the previous one. The difference was that the battle between the dark faction and the mysterious tribe was even more intense, and both sides suffered more casualties. The third aura was a replica of the previous two. The casualties were even higher, and the Little Kings and Little Kings camps were about to go crazy. If they weren't certain that the method they used to lock onto the inextinguishable flame aura could not be wrong, and the inextinguishable flame could not be hidden, they would have already thought of a terrifying possibility. But now they could only blame all of this on some sinister and cunning bastard. Their luck was too good, and they had managed to drag it out until now. There were only 2 auras of the inextinguishable flame. In fact, during the entire process, what worried the Little King and Little Kings factions the most was that the other party would continue to make inextinguishable flame puppets. If that happened, it would be very troublesome. But perhaps there was a limit, or perhaps the puppet production had reached its limit, but the situation that they were most worried about did not happen. In other words, the probability of 2 against 1. Who would win the inextinguishable flame would soon be revealed. Liijo was puzzled. Why hadn't his third brother entered the world Zeroth land until now? Did he not know what was happening here? This thought flashed in his mind, and then he suppressed it. If it was said that there were no people planted by Third Highness in the world Zeroth land, he absolutely would not believe it. He clearly knew all of this, but he still continued to watch. What was the reason? Was he not afraid that he would really take back the inextinguishable flame? If he could not figure it out, then he would not think about it. Liijo took a deep breath. His eyes swept across the surroundings and said coldly, "The last 2 auras of the inextinguishable flame must not be obtained by that clan. Pass down my order, seize it at all costs. Even if only 1 person dies, seize it for me." Almost at the same time, the mysterious clan cultivators, including 327 and 418, also received a similar order. Hence, at the second last aura of the inextinguishable flame that was captured first, an unprecedented fierce battle erupted between the Little King and Little King. The 2 great forces gathered at least 500 cultivators and fought fiercely in a narrow area. The space was torn apart, the ground was collapsing, and the berserk energy wave was wantonly harvesting lives. Although they all possessed the undying attribute in the world Zeroth land, 1 death meant 1 less. Even if they could revive and descend, it would be a matter for the future. The power of the Little King and Little King was currently consuming each other and being crazily weakened. The power that erupted from this battle was too strong. It was so strong that the spatial turbulence in the world Zeroth land was forcefully dispersed. As a result, this small world fragment that had suffered many disasters and suffered many hardships suddenly appeared in the perception of the many cultivators in the world Zeroth land. This hesitation only existed for a second before it was pressed into the depths of their hearts. No one was willing to give up this opportunity that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Why did the Dark World and the mysterious clans suddenly erupt in a war? What were they fighting for? Perhaps all the mysteries could be revealed. Let's go! Let's go and take a look. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We might have a chance. Even if we can only watch a life and death battle between the Little King and Little King, it is still worth it. Whoosh, whoosh, 1 figure after another teleported to the battlefield, to the empty space that had been torn apart by the terrifying power. Ling Xiao covered his entire body in a black robe. His sword intent was completely restrained as he appeared in a humble corner. Behind him stood a tall and indifferent man with a tall and sturdy physique. His muscles bulged out and one could tell with a single glance that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As Ling Xiao looked at him, the big man also looked at him. Ling Xiao subconsciously frowned. He felt that this gaze was a bit familiar. But before he could think too much about it, there was a sudden burst of shouts. On the small world fragment in front of him, the intensity of the battle between the little king and little king suddenly rose to another level. Ling Xiao faintly heard several shouts. Some said that the aura had disappeared, leaving behind only clouds and clouds in front of him. A look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He thought that this would be much more lively. The other inextinguishable flame aura had suddenly disappeared. There were many possibilities for this, but in the opinion of the little king and little king, the greatest possibility was that the puppet had exhausted its strength. In other words, the inextinguishable flame aura in front of them was the last one. The master was here. Then what was there to hesitate about? Kill. Chapter 1357. My name is Cowardly Bird. I know that this name doesn't sound good, but I have no choice because I didn't give myself a chance to name myself. But that's not important. What's important is that I'm panicking right now because there are many people fighting. Actually, even if I'm just a big bird, I'm actually very passionate about watching a good show. If these people were in another place, I might happily flap my wings, find some nuts I like to eat, and sit down to watch. But why do these people have to fight around me? Who did I offend? Thinking about it, not long ago, I was ambushed by a shameless fellow who put something terrifying in my body. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for several days and nights, so I fled here. I didn't even have time to catch my breath before I encountered this kind of mess. I feel that my luck is really terrible. Why don't I escape? Nonsense, if I could escape, I would have already rushed out. But the problem is that there's no way out. There are too many bastards fighting. There are so many of them that the battlefield has sealed off all the exits. As long as I stick my head out, I will definitely be implicated. As for the consequences of being implicated, just by sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations from afar, it felt its scalp tingle. I can't go out, I definitely can't go out. My only choice now is to shrink my head and wait. Once these bastards finish fighting, I will quickly run away. Wait, damn it, what's going on? I actually laid an egg. And it's an egg that's emitting flames. It looks very powerful. Why don't I feel anything at all? This isn't normal. And most importantly, as a normal male, I actually laid an egg? This world must have gone crazy. Pa, with a light sound, the egg broke. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly quietened down. The terrifying sound waves that sounded like an Azura's battlefield completely disappeared. I'm called Cowardly Bird. I don't like this name, but what I want to know is, what happened? I feel like I'm finished. Behind Ling Xiao, the cold-faced and muscular man who exuded an unapproachable aura touched his chin, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly had a thought. If everything went smoothly, today's commotion would become even bigger. That's right, this cultivator with bulging muscles that looked like a bodybuilder was none other than Qin Yu. It had to be said that a sword cultivator's senses were extremely sharp. Even a true sage would not be able to see through Qin Yu's body of laws and Xiantian's spiritual transformation technique. This kid has some skills. But now wasn't the time to consider these things. As the creator of the Eternal Flame puppet, not only could he feel the puppet's current state, but if he was close enough, he could even sense the specific situation of the Eternal Flame puppet. For instance, in this small world fragment in front of him, there was a cowardly bird that was shivering and hiding. Now, in Qin Yu's perception, it was like a lighthouse in the dark night, one that he could lock onto with a single glance. The manufacturing process of the inextinguishable fire puppets was the same, and the amount of inextinguishable fire contained within them was also about the same. At most, the only difference was that they existed for a different amount of time due to the order in which they were manufactured. The puppet that disappeared just now dissipated because its strength was exhausted. As for this one in front of him, it could last for half a day under normal circumstances. It seemed that it was one of the puppets that he had made later on. Qin Yu licked his lips, a sharp light exploding in his eyes. What he said just now was under normal circumstances, but as the creator of the puppet, he could certainly control it to a certain degree. This was especially true in a situation where the two sides were very close. For instance, if he controlled the inextinguishable fire puppet to shatter and disappear ahead of time, could you guess what sort of reaction the dark world and the mysterious race would have? Qin Yu didn't know, but he felt that it would be very interesting. Since he had a chance to try it, he definitely had to do it. Therefore, he quietly stretched out a finger and pointed at a certain part of the small world fragment in front of him and gently tapped it twice. Li Zhou stood high in the air, his long hair swirling in the strong winds and his robes fluttering around him. His eyes were cold and sharp. As he looked at the cultivator of the other race, his face was cold and callous. Across from him were several people from the mysterious race. They all had similar expressions and a cold chill in their eyes. In short, everyone felt that the inextinguishable fire was theirs. Since the other side wanted to steal it, then they would send them on their way. Icy cold, killing intent wove together, constantly colliding with each other. Deep banging sounds rang out in the air. It was like a pot of soup with a tightly closed lid that was filled to the brim with boiled soup. Large bubbles kept popping up one after another before bursting into pieces. The battle below was in full swing. The top masters of both sides confronted each other in the air. Although a battle hadn't erupted yet, everyone was well aware that a fierce battle was inevitable today. The inextinguishable fire was too important and could not be lost. Perhaps they would have to use some of their final trump cards. Li Zhou didn't know what the three true saints behind him were thinking, but he had already decided to go all out. In this battle, he had no way to retreat. Rather than being defeated and brought back to the Western Desolate, accepting the ridicule of his opponents and the cruel punishment of His Majesty, he might as well go all out and fight. Even if he had to die in the end, Li Zhou would rather die in the world Zeroth. After he was prepared to go all out, his heart calmed down. He stared at the cultivators in front of him, waiting for the inextinguishable fire to be found. Then, he would start today's battle. Then, at the moment when Li Zhou was prepared to go all out, the aura of the inextinguishable fire in the fragment of the small world below him disappeared like a candle that was blown out by the cold wind. How to describe this feeling? It was probably like you were desperately trying to increase your speed. Just as you were about to jump up, the road under your feet suddenly disappeared. That was a mixture of shock and anger. Li Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked at the direction of the inextinguishable fire. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could this happen? The inextinguishable fire was clearly there. It was just a few feet away from him. It was within his reach. But now it had actually disappeared. Like a bubble, it disappeared with a pop. The icy coldness rose from his tailbone and instantly reached his heart. Following the circulation of his blood, it directly spread to every inch of his body. Of the 22 inextinguishable fire auras, this was the last one. If it also disappeared, didn't that mean that everything they had done up until now was a joke? No, this was impossible. The inextinguishable fire existed eternally, and its aura pierced through the heavens and earth. Only by becoming its master and obtaining its recognition could it be hidden. But wanting to subdue the inextinguishable fire was a nearly impossible task. The western wilderness had made countless attempts, and all of them had ended in failure. This was the best example. Li Zhou did not believe that someone could subdue the inextinguishable fire in such a short period of time. Secretly, could it be that the inextinguishable fire had secretly done this? Li Zhou stared at the people in front of him. He found that they were also looking at him with almost the same expression. Shock, anger, and disbelief. His heart sank. Intuition told Li Zhou that this was not done by that inextinguishable fire. A person's expression could be fake, But the reactions of the people in front of him were exactly the same. There was no flaw at all. Just what was going on? In the chaos and chaos, a thought flashed through Li Zhou's mind. His body stiffened. Could it be that all of this was arranged by His Majesty? He wanted to use this matter to push him into the abyss, wasting time, causing his subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. In the end, he was still unable to find the inextinguishable fire and even caused irreparable damage to the Eye of Darkness. All of these things piled up together was enough to make the previous desolate emperor shut his mouth and not interfere in this matter. From this point of view, the Third Highness had yet to step into the world Zerothland. This could be explained. No wonder his third brother was not worried at all. For him to be able to successfully obtain the inextinguishable fire, it was obvious that he already knew that everything he did was useless. Some things were like this. One wrong thought would lead to many wrong steps. With a preconceived judgment, Li Zhou ran wildly in his own world of schemes and deviated further and further. 3 seconds of silence for the desolate emperor. He clearly did not do anything, but his own son had continuously slandered him. Do I just accept my fate like this? No, I, Li Zhou, will never accept it. Although the inextinguishable fire's aura had disappeared, the person holding it was definitely still in the fragment of the small world in front of him. With the terrifying attributes of the inextinguishable fire, it was difficult for it to be sealed or suppressed for a long period of time. As long as he could seal this place, he would definitely be able to find it. That's right, that was how it was. Li Zhou took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You and I will join forces and seal this fragment of the small world. Then, we will use our own methods to search for it. How about it?" Across from him, the mysterious race cultivators immediately understood his meaning. 327 took a step forward. Okay. Simple and decisive, without any hesitation at all. There were cultivators from large influences, as well as ignorant and incompetent playboys. But believe me, there were very few of them. They had a noble background and were carefully raised from a young age. In addition to being influenced by what they saw and heard, most of them were far more outstanding than ordinary people. Just a moment ago, they were enemies that were prepared to fight to the death. But after the situation changed, they immediately became allies that could be united. Li Zhou was also like this. After receiving a response, he pointed a finger. Expel them. The targets he pointed at were the cultivators of the vast young world that had gathered outside the fragment of the small world. Since they were going to fight behind closed doors, they naturally had to first drive away the bystanders so that they could not fish in troubled waters. This was a very simple reason. 327 turned around and cupped his hands together. Fellow Taoists, my race has an important matter to conduct here today. I ask that you leave for now, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. In comparison, they seemed more polite than Li Zhou's, but in truth, their meaning was the same: hurry up and scram. If you dare stay here any longer, we will kill you. The wandering cultivators of vast young world revealed shocked and angry expressions. In truth, there were many people that had the idea of being the fishermen that would benefit from the conflict. So at this moment, besides being shocked and angry, there was also a bit of panic, as if their little thoughts had been seen through. In this situation, even if they didn't think with their knees, they could tell that what the great king and the little king were searching for was surely something incredible. Since they had already encountered it, who would be willing to give up? But if they didn't leave, the dark world and the mysterious race would definitely not be willing to do so. It was possible that a chaotic battle would ensue. Others didn't fear death, but they couldn't. This was a battle of life and death, and everyone wasn't fighting on a fair basis. Just thinking about it made them feel uncertain. Chapter 1358. Bullshit. Everyone can enter the world Zerothland. Do the things inside belong to your family? If you want us to leave, then we'll leave. I won't leave. In this quiet environment, this shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. As it entered everyone's ears, they felt their chests relax. Good scolding, very good scolding. But at this time, was he really not afraid of death? Come, let's see just which hero it is. Let's take a look so that we can pay our respects in the future. Even though Ling Xiao was a calm and composed person with a strong mental fortitude, he was still stunned by all the messy gazes that had gathered on him. If it was really him, then that was fine. But the problem was that it had nothing to do with him? After a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao retreated to the side in a flash, revealing a muscular man with his arms crossed and an unruly expression on his face. What are you looking at? That's right, it was your grandfather who said it. You bunch of bastards, if you have the ability then come bite me. Everyone's hearts tightened and their eyes subconsciously widened. There was only one thought left in their minds: crazy. This fellow was definitely crazy. Then, they thought that he was finished. He was definitely finished. The king and little king had dominated World Zero and had never been humiliated like this before. Of course, there might have been many years ago, but the grass on those people's graves was already several meters deep. Ling Xiao looked at the large man sneering at him. Although this person's words were crude and his performance was arrogant, he couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration towards him. Not to mention anything else, but in this situation, although he was angry, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This was truly a madman. Li Yizhou pointed a finger. Saint Zhouyan, kill him! He could no longer care about his agreement with the broken world ruler. He had to decisively kill this person to establish his might. Otherwise, once there was a commotion, the cultivator with the ever-burning flame might escape. Bang! A wild strength instantly erupted. Nonsense, Junior, you are seeking death. One of the three saints lifted a hand and pressed down. Ling Xiao's eyebrows rose up. He was sure that everyone present was the same as him. They didn't expect this large man to have such a fast reaction and dodging speed. He stepped down and his figure dodged like a ghost, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. But the group of vast young rogue cultivators behind him were unlucky. They cried out in alarm as they were sent flying backwards. Zhouyan? At least you have some self-awareness. You know that you are as stupid as a rock, so you came up with this name. Come, your grandfather is right here. If you have the ability, then hit me. If you can hit me, then consider yourself amazing. Qin Yu turned his head and mercilessly taunted. Impudent! Sage Zhouyan, who had finally gotten the chance to make an official appearance, raised his eyebrows. As a sage of West Wilderness, it had been many years since someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Today, I'll let you know what it means to say that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Die. With a roar, he punched out. A saint who was enraged, even if it was inside the world Zeroth land, the power that erupted out was still extremely terrifying. Perhaps it was because of the cultivation method he cultivated, but when he punched out, a blood-red light appeared. It vaguely outlined a ghostly face that opened its mouth and swallowed at Qin Yu. It wasn't the power of a divine ability. Instead, it seemed to be the power of a certain body-refining technique that had been perfected, and one's qi and blood had been fused into one. A "wung" sound rang in Qin Yu's ears, and his consciousness blurred for a moment. This ghostly face that was outlined by the blood-red light actually had the ability to capture one's mind. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough, and he instantly broke free from it. His feet landed heavily on the ground, and he displayed the powerful physique that a body-refining cultivator should have. His figure explosively retreated, and he narrowly avoided it. The unlucky ones were still the people around him. With a loud pring sound, a few vast young rogue cultivators were enveloped by the blood-red light. They all screamed in shock and anger, and their exposed flesh seemed to have been splashed with strong acid, and they were violently corroded. That's all you have? You can't hit me, so you only know how to vent your anger on others. What a joke! Qin Yu laughed crazily. Sage Zhouyan's face turned green, and his body trembled. This bastard, it was clearly you who dodged, and that's why you injured others, and you actually said that I can't take it anymore to vent my anger. You should be cut into pieces. The cultivators of the broken world of the southwest desolate region all had a change in expression. Zhou Yan did not believe that they could not tell that it was an accident, and were clearly pretending to be ignorant. This meant that they really had the thought of interfering in today's matter. How daring! Li Yizhou's decisive decision to let him attack was to intimidate the rogue cultivators of the southwest desolate region, but it seemed like it had the opposite effect. Although Zhou Yan was not prepared to risk his life for Li Yizhou, at least he did not have such a thought now. He could not even do such a small thing. Did he really think that a sage was shameless? I will kill you! With a roar, Sage Zhou Yan rushed out. He truly hated Qin Yu, who had made him lose face, and every move he made was ruthless and vicious. If it was in the outside world, Qin Yu would definitely not be able to dodge the attack of a true divine hatefully. But in the Zeroth world, it was a very easy matter for him to dodge. One chased and one escaped, and the surrounding area was turned upside down. Wherever Qin Yu passed, people would flee, afraid that they would be implicated by the Black Fist. But even so, there were still a few unlucky people who suffered greatly at the hands of Sage Zhou Yan. Qin Yu scolded as he fled. Not to mention that he did not repeat any of his words, Sage Zhou Yan was so angry that his face turned green, purple, and green. In the end, it turned bright red, and he looked like a ripe apple hanging on a branch. The only thing that ruined his beauty was the green veins on his forehead, which made people worry that they would explode in the next moment, and then all sorts of splashes could be heard. Wails could be heard, and there was chaos everywhere. Qin Yu's eyes swept across the surrounding vast young rogue cultivators, who had gloomy expressions after retreating. He felt that the time was right. Sage Zhou Yan attacked from behind again. Qin Yu pretended to dodge and took a punch that was neither light nor heavy. Instantly, he let out a groan and was sent flying. For the first time, panic appeared on his arrogant and egotistical face. Fellow Taoists, the people from the underworld and the mysterious tribe do not dare to fight with us here. Otherwise, the people they want to capture will take advantage of the chaos to escape. We do not have to be afraid. Humph, Grandpa is tired today. I will play with you again in the future. Goodbye. He turned and left, leaving behind a pile of chicken feathers. Sage Zhou Yan angrily roared, "You disgraceful thing, you cannot escape." At the start, he was only angry on the surface. But now, he was truly enraged. A solemn saint had actually been played around by a broken world junior. If he couldn't take off his opponent's head, he would truly become a joke. Now, his opponent had been struck by his fist and was bound to be injured. Where could he escape to? Hand over your life. Whoosh! Li Yizhou raised his hand. But he could only watch helplessly on as Sage Zhou Yan was like a red-eyed bull. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Bastard! He dared to swear that while Zhou Yan's anger was true and he wanted to kill this person, he was also true that he was intentionally avoiding the following battle. Now that he had chased after Zhou Yan and tossed and turned for a bit, everything here would be over. Not only would he be able to avoid a dangerous battle, but he wouldn't have to shoulder any responsibility. At most, he would be judged as someone who was impulsive and didn't care about the bigger picture. But very quickly, Li Yizhou no longer had the mood to continue cursing. Qin Yu's words before he left had completely woken everyone up. Under the restlessness in their hearts, their eyes instantly brightened. That's right, why didn't we think of that? With the style of the underworld and mysterious races, if they really wanted to chase them away, they would have done so long ago. Facing a group of enemies that wouldn't die, it was hard for them to put up any effective resistance. After all, everyone only had one life, so they had to cherish it. Now, the tougher the other party's attitude was, the emptier their hearts became. They were truly worried that once a large-scale battle broke out, they would be lost in the chaos. They wanted to seal the small world fragment to find the person they were searching for. 327 sighed in his heart. This sixth highness of Western desolation, Li Ijo, was intelligent and decisive. However, he was still too inexperienced. Previously, if they wanted to join forces, couldn't they have done it secretly? Why did they have to shout it out so that everyone knew about it? Now, the situation he didn't want to see the most had occurred. The wandering cultivators of the broken world had already regained their composure. It would be difficult to chase them away. With a deep breath, 327 stepped forwards and said in a low voice, "Everyone, my race allows you to stay here, but no one is allowed to take half a step into this small world fragment. Otherwise, you will become my race's mortal enemy. My race would rather offend the ruler and tear up the previous agreement." After a brief pause, his tone relaxed. "Of course, as a concession, my race promises that if we cannot find the target in the end, or if they escape the range of the small world fragment, you can use your own methods to pursue them. My race guarantees that we will not interfere." This was drawing a circle. "We will search within the circle, and you will wait outside. If the prey cannot be found or if they run out of the circle, only then can you intervene." In truth, these conditions weren't fair at all. But, in this world, there was no such thing as fairness. Everything was established on the basis of strength. Big and small kings were all kings, but from their names, one could see that they were also divided into big and small. As for the mysterious race, they were undoubtedly the kings. They had occupied World Zero for the longest time and had the most experts. Even if the Dark World fought against them, they were mostly at a disadvantage. Thus, this sentence carried a lot of weight. It was equivalent to a final declaration. Either accept their agreement or completely fall out with them. No one wanted to completely offend the mysterious race, because they could really do something like exterminating all their opponents. There were precedents for this in history, and it wasn't the first time. The restless wandering cultivators of the vast young world hesitated a few times before finally accepting this point. Of course, the key to such an easy compromise was that from their point of view, staying here was good enough. Although they still didn't know what the big and small kings were searching for, there was no doubt that once they found something, there would be a huge battle between the two sides. At that time, there would naturally be a chance. To fish in troubled waters, you had to first be at the riverside. Otherwise, by the time you came all the way here, the other side might have finished their fish soup. Thus, the wandering cultivators of the vast young world, who could stay at the riverside, felt that it was fine to accept the request and stay outside the circle. The wandering cultivators of the vast young world wanted to fish in troubled waters. Actually, Li Ijo had the same idea. 327 felt that he was still too inexperienced, but he didn't know that this sixth highness was actually a very qualified sly person. The difference between the big and small kings had already been explained earlier, so there was no need to repeat it here. That race was originally stronger. Now that Third Highness had brought the 7 sages and disappeared, the Western desolate cultivators that stayed in World Zero might not be of the same mind as him. In terms of strength, Western Desolate was at an absolute disadvantage. According to this situation, if a fight really broke out, the chances of winning could only be described as slim. Thus, Li Ijo wanted to make the matter of finding people public. He wanted to wait for the wandering cultivators to come back to their senses and participate in the final fight. Only when the situation was chaotic enough, and there were more people participating in the game, could he weaken the strength of that race as much as possible. Only then would he have the chance to take back the eternal flame. Placing a chess piece inadvertently and quietly changing his own disadvantage, without mentioning anything else, just this point alone was worth praising. 327, who had decided the situation with a few words, looked at Li Ijo and his eyes were naturally a bit cold. In addition, there was also a bit of disdain. His tone was particularly indifferent. "Let's do it." Li Ijo calmly nodded, as if he were angry in his heart, but could only forcefully endure it. The cultivators of the dark world and the mysterious race scattered apart. Their auras erupted, forming a circle that sealed the small world fragment within. 327. I fear Li Ijo has deliberately leaked out information to draw the wandering cultivators of the broken world to intervene. Perhaps they will choose to join forces. 418 said in a low voice. At this time, he no longer had his previous impulsive and irritable appearance. Instead, his eyes flashed with wisdom. In this world, most people were multifaceted. You would never know if what you saw was the truth or not. 327 was silent for a moment. He nodded, I understand. 418 smiled and retreated to the side. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. On one side, the big and small kings had joined forces. They prepared to conduct a carpet search, constantly shrinking the area of the circle. On the other side, Saint Zhou-Yen, who was truly angry and also wanted to take this chance to hide, finally caught up to the escaping Qin Yu. The chaotic spatial flows of World Zero were indeed very irritating. In the blink of an eye, one would be thrown to who knows where. But if one didn't care about the damage to the Eye of Darkness, they could accurately lock onto the target. In any case, the Eye of Darkness had already been damaged and Li Ijo was responsible for this, so Saint Zhou-Yen didn't need to worry too much. Seeing the shocked and angry expression on the boy's face, Saint Zhou-Yan's lips curled up in a diabolical smile. Junior, why aren't you continuing to run? Your tongue is quite fierce. Continue cursing me. He lifted his hand and grasped forward. Boundless strength gushed out from the void. It was like invisible mountains that came from all directions, falling onto Qin Yu's body and suppressing him within. Saint Zhou-Yen, the ruler of my vast Yang world, has an agreement with your dark world. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of the ruler's anger? Qin Yu loudly screamed. Zhou-Yen laughed. The ruler of the vast Yang world? Haha, a bunch of people with incomplete cultivation can only run rampant in this trifling broken world land. Let alone the fact that you offended me today, even if I were to kill you, the ruler you speak of wouldn't be able to save me. Qin Yu roared. Bullshit, what kind of realm is a ruler? It is the peak of my vast Yang world's cultivation. Killing you is simple. Zhou-Yen revealed a look of disdain. How can a mere junior know the vastness of the world? A ruler is the peak of cultivation? What a joke. My western desolation. As he spoke to her, he suddenly became alert. He looked at Qin Yu. A dead person doesn't need to know too much. I will send you on your way. Qin Yu secretly sighed in pity. He was about to get more information. This fellow wasn't so stupid that he couldn't be saved. As for smart people, especially those who were considered enemies, they were the most hated. If he could kill them as soon as possible, he would kill them as soon as possible. You want to go on your way? That's simple. I'll satisfy you. Bang, a wild strength surged forth. It was like a volcano erupting and Mount Tai collapsing. It came crashing down with unparalleled ruthlessness. Saint Zhou-Yan's eyes widened. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. It was like a cute and harmless little rabbit in front of him had turned into a man-eating tiger. Even if the script was changed, it couldn't be played like this. Chapter 1359. The encirclement continued to shrink, and the closer they got to the center of the small world fragment, the smaller the area they needed to search. However, the speed of the search did not increase because of this. Instead, it slowed down significantly. The dark world and the mysterious tribe worked together to seal off the entire small world fragment and started a carpet search. Of course, they believed that the possessor of the inextinguishable fire was here. Then, as time passed, the space left for him to hide was obviously getting smaller and smaller. As time passed, both sides would definitely become more cautious. In other words, as long as the other party was not stupid enough to hide in the center of the small world fragment, in fact, at this stage, he could break out of the encirclement at any time. As for hiding perfectly and avoiding the search of the dark world and the mysterious tribe, haha, it was impossible. There was not even a crack in the window, let alone a door. Such a crazy search method was almost like digging 300 feet into the ground. If they could still avoid it, the cultivators of the Big King and Little King could buy a piece of soft tofu and kill themselves. Nothing, still nothing. Instead, many of the exotic beasts living in this small world fragment were very unlucky today. They were dragged out one by one and beaten up. Most of them died in extremely miserable ways. Apart from that, there was no movement at all. In order to prevent any side from deliberately hiding or attacking first, the order of the blockade was interspersed. After the cultivators of the dark world and the mysterious tribe disrupted the order, everyone supervised each other. So, they really did not find anything. Liijo took a deep breath and looked ahead. There was a low valley covered by a thin layer of fog. This was the center of the small world fragment. Could it be that the other party was hiding in it? Did this person not know that the longer time dragged on, the less likely it was for him to escape? Putting aside everything else, the size of a mere valley could be filled by the cultivators of the Big King and Little King. Once there was an accident, they would be able to react instantly. That would be a real trap. Escape? Don't even think about it. Would the person who could make 21 puppets to hide his aura and not be discovered until now be so stupid? Liijo felt uneasy. He subconsciously thought of the last inextinguishable fire aura that suddenly disappeared here not long ago. Would there be another surprise this time? Bah. Stop, hurry up and stop. There won't be any accidents, there definitely won't be. They had already sealed this place. The other party could not escape even if he had wings. He must be in this small world fragment. He must be here. Yes, I must not panic. Liijo, who told himself that he absolutely could not panic, could not help but panic as time passed. Because the valley was right in front of them, the thin layer of fog that had previously covered it had long been blown away by the sealing auras released by the kings of Great and Little. The situation inside the valley could be seen clearly. Apart from a few trees and patches of grass, there was nothing else, nothing at all. Liijo's vision darkened, and he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would have fallen to the ground long ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible! How could he have imagined that the wielder of the inextinguishable fire that he was looking for had already been hammered into minced meat not long after the great search had begun? That's right, the greedy and cowardly bird, who had thought that he was done for. This proved that its intuition was still very sharp, and its premonition had already come true. Liijo's eyes darkened and he felt dizzy. Opposite him, 327's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to rain. This mighty commotion had caused quite a number of clan members to lose their lives. There were even 2 unlucky ones who had directly entered the spring of rebirth. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. How could they accept such a result? Go in and search carefully. Liijo gritted his teeth and held on. You guys go too. This was the last place, and also the last hope. The 2 groups of cultivators who had entered the valley to search could be said to be extremely meticulous. It was almost as if they were moving in a roundabout manner, using both methods to advance forward. But the valley was only so small, and there were many people who had entered. Very quickly, they had completely searched the entire place. The trees were uprooted, the grass was all turned over, and the ground was a mess as if it had been plowed 800 times. But the reality was just so cruel, nothing at all. The air became quiet again. The mysterious clan felt that after going through so much trouble and losing their clansmen for nothing, the consequences were really unacceptable. Liijo, on the other hand, felt that his life was over. If he couldn't find the inextinguishable fire, in addition to all the things he had done before, once he returned to Western Wilderness, what awaited him would definitely be a tragic end. Here, I have to emphasize on praising our student Lee's tenacious fighting spirit that couldn't be beaten or suppressed. Because very quickly, the eyes of Lee Ijo, whose aura was dispirited and whose face was ashen, lit up again. Although the Dark World and the mysterious clan had entered the valley to search, it didn't mean that no one was left outside. Firstly, it was to monitor the rogue cultivators of the Broken Realm. Secondly, they were worried that if someone escaped, they wouldn't be able to react in time. Until now, there was no movement at all. This meant that it was very quiet outside. In other words, no one had left. Not being able to find him didn't mean that he didn't exist. Perhaps he had some super strong concealment technique, or perhaps he was overlooked during the search, or perhaps he was purposely let out. After all, not everyone in the Dark faction was of the same mind as him. Perhaps it wasn't the time to give up completely. That's right, it was like this. Taking a deep breath, Lee Ijo roared in a deep voice, "Everyone, turn around and search outside. Search inch by inch. He must be here." Previously, everyone knew the Sixth Highness situation. If he couldn't find the inextinguishable fire, he was basically finished. Hence, right now, he was really like a wild beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. His heart was extremely violent and twisted. In this kind of situation, whatever the Sixth Highness said was the law. No one dared to go against him. Otherwise, they would be asking to hang themselves. They must be tired of living. There was a loud roar of agreement. The Dark World cultivators didn't hesitate at all. They turned around and searched outside. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of 327's eyes. The Sixth Highness of the Western Wilderness had a strong will. He was starting to believe what 418 had said before. Perhaps he had underestimated this person. Waving his hand, he said, "Continue searching." The circle went from big to small, then from small to big again. The process was even slower than before. Lee Ijo floated in the air and roared, "Slow down, a little slower. There, search carefully, search carefully. Dig into the ground, all of you dig into the ground. Search inch by inch." He didn't believe that a living person could disappear into thin air. This was a funeral that was similar to combing one's hair. The mental maniac's great search had indeed yielded new result. A few extremely well-hidden mutated beasts had been forcefully discovered. Most of them were hidden deep underground and weren't very big. That was why they were lucky enough to escape the first round of sweeping. But unfortunately, they didn't manage to escape in the end. They were ganged up on and beaten to death. It was a pitiful outcome that made people cry. But the main culprit was still not found. When the search reached the edge of the fragment of the small world, Lee Ijo, who had been trying to cheer himself up, was a little listless this time. It could be said that in the second round of sweeping, he had seen everything from start to finish. There was no mistake at all. Looking back at the small world that had almost been turned upside down, Lee Ijo's heart was filled with despair. Did he have to do it again? But the truth was already clear. Even if he did it again, or twice, or even 100 times, there would probably be no change. The air was dead silent. Everyone could clearly feel the oppressive pressure released by the Sixth Highness of the Western Wilderness. It was under such circumstances that Sage Zhou Yen returned. That's right. Everyone could see that since there were double quotes, it meant that there was definitely a problem. The general situation was that the real Sage Zhou Yen had been caught off guard and was not strong enough, so he had been successfully sent away by Qin Yu. Now, the person who had changed his appearance and snuck in was Qin Yu. He had previously thought that once he concealed the inextinguishable aura on his body, he would think of a way to get close to the dark camp and obtain the method to search for the inextinguishable flames from them. He had already thought of this, and with such a good opportunity, he naturally could not miss it. Of course, opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. If not for this, Qin Yu would not have needed to take a punch from Sage Zhou Yen previously. Although it wasn't too heavy, it still hurt a little. At this moment, Qin Yu was holding a bloody head in his hand. The flesh and blood on the surface were badly mangled, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. But at this moment, Sage Zhou Yen had returned. It was obvious who else the head in his hand belonged to. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the man would actually die. What a pity! He clenched his fist and crushed the head in his hand. It was like a ripe red persimmon. Qin Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Your Highness, I have returned. Li Yizhou didn't seem to hear it. Or perhaps he heard it, but he wasn't in the mood to say anything. He stared blankly at the fragment of the small world in front of him. He was like a withered plant that had lost all vitality and vitality. Qin Yu was instantly tempted. In this situation, if he were to attack, he would definitely be able to easily explode Li Yizhou's head. However, this thought only turned in his mind for a moment before he suppressed it without hesitation. Killing was never the goal, not to mention killing someone who couldn't be killed at all. What Qin Yu wanted was to obtain the method to search for the inextinguishable flames from the dark world. Although his thoughts were racing, he still had to continue acting. This was the most basic quality of a qualified actor. A dignified sage was directly ignored. Of course, it was a loss of face. Hence, in the eyes of everyone, Sage Zhou Yan's face stiffened and his eyes revealed dissatisfaction. This was very normal. Even in the Western wilderness, sages were truly important figures. They even had a seat in front of the desolate emperor. The other two sages that had descended together hurriedly gave him a look, indicating for him to calm down. The Sixth Highness was now a barrel of gunpowder. Whoever touched it would definitely be unlucky. This person didn't seem to have much longer to live, so there was no need to stoop to his level. If things went awry, they would be stained with the stench of blood. Chapter 1360. At this time, Li Yizhou suddenly said, Saint Zhou Yan, if a person is about to die, do you still need to have any scruples? Qin Yu was stunned. He thought that this tone, coupled with the words he said, sounded a little crazy. What? Could it be that he had provoked this highness too far and had gone crazy? It can't be. I have prepared many scenes for you. If you really have gone crazy, then the script will have to be redone. He cursed inwardly that his willpower was too weak. He wasn't worthy of the high and mighty title of Your Highness at all. But as he said before, in order to be a qualified actor, one had to have the necessary qualities. So, no matter what he thought, he had to answer what needed to be answered, and he had to answer appropriately. Thus, Saint Zhou Yan frowned, a bit dissatisfied and hesitant. He looked at Li Yizhou and said, If this person were me, I would have no scruples. When I was alive, I was already bound in 100 ways, so how could I care about what happens after death? Li Yizhou was silent for several breaths of time. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Saint Zhou Yan is right. I have learned much. He stood up and looked up at the skies. Then, he looked at the small world fragment in front of him and mumbled, The ending has already collapsed. Even if there are more problems, what can I do? I have nothing to lose, so there is no need for scruples. He lifted his hand and opened his fingers, grasping at the skies. A powerful aura broke out from his body. A moment ago he was like a withered plant, but in the blink of an eye he was filled with arrogance and tyranny. Qin Yu took several steps back. He thought that he had underestimated Li Yizhou. This boy had suffered so many setbacks, and yet he still had such vigor. It could be said that he was amazing and had the qualifications to receive a top nickname, Li Xiaoqiang. Not bad, not bad. Young people these days should have this sort of vigor. Only like this could one feel at ease using them as livestock, without worrying that they would break if they went too far. But, just what was he doing? Could this unknown world of the Western wilderness have a transformation skill similar to his deep Titan state? But even if there was, what could he do? Did he want to dismantle this small world fragment? It wasn't that Qin Yu was looking down on him, but that these small world fragments were, strictly speaking, massive pieces that were slowly worn away. During this process, they were constantly compressed in order to preserve themselves, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to resist the turbulent space flows outside. In short, they were incredibly hard. And the deeper they went, the harder it was. Otherwise, did they really think that the dark world and the mysterious tribe had never thought of dismembering this place? If you haven't thought of it, then you're still a distance away from the thought process of a high ability. Then, Qin Yu discovered that the thought that he had underestimated Li Yizhou just now was far too correct. He wasn't going to transform, but the commotion he'd make would be much greater than transforming. I, as the Western Wasteland Prince, use the highest authority in the broken world to summon your power. Now descend. Li Yizhou's deep roar seemed to contain some strange rhythm. It exploded in everyone's minds, causing their souls to shake and feel dizzy. Your Highness, you can't. Stop. The two true sages were shocked. Qin Yu's reaction was slow by a beat. He realized that making up an expression before speaking was not something a qualified actor should do. Thus, after a moment of silence, he let out a light breath. Sure enough, I guessed it correctly. When the two true sages heard this, they nearly went crazy. Brother Zhou, why didn't you stop His Highness? This isn't appropriate. Qin Yu was expressionless. Did the two of you not hear what His Highness said before? Unless you and I kill him, how else can we stop him? I don't know anything, but I can say it. I know everything and everything is within my control. This is what it means to have power. As expected, the two Western Wasteland true sages were stunned. Their mouths moved but no words came out. With a simple sentence, he had sent the two true sages away. If this matter were to spread out, it would be enough for them to brag about it for a year and a half. Boom within World Zeroth, because of the turbulent space flows and the fact that the laws of the world were broken, everything was in a state of chaos. The sky was the same. It was a vast expanse of gray. Everywhere one looked, it gave off a chaotic and disorderly feeling. But now, this chaotic and turbulent sky that was like a raging river had suddenly turned dark. It was very abrupt. It was as if an endless amount of thick ink had been poured into the sky. In the blink of an eye, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Qin Yu's complexion changed. At this moment, he felt an icy cold and powerful familiar aura. No, it was even colder and more powerful. If this was the true power of its peak state, then what he saw before was only half of its true power. The Eye of Eternal Night. The moment this name appeared in Qin Yu's mind, the pitch-black sky that seemed to be dyed with ink suddenly shattered. It gave people the feeling that a heavy stone had been thrown out and smashed into the surface of the mirror, instantly shattering it into pieces. Strong, ruthless, unstoppable. Although one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, at this moment, everyone could clearly see the descending eye. It was incomparably black, as if there was an eternal night hidden within it. It was the source of all darkness in the world. An incomparably powerful energy fluctuation was like a raging wave, constantly blasting in all directions. Kacha, kacha. This sound was the sound of the sky shattering. At the same time, it was the incomplete rules that were cutting apart the Eye of Eternal Night, causing countless tiny cracks to appear on its surface. In the next moment, terrifying fluctuations of strength erupted from the Eye of Eternal Night, howling as they smashed into the small world fragment. What happened next could be described as cracking open a walnut. It was just that the strength used was a bit too great, causing the fragments to splatter in all directions. Explosion, rupture, disintegration. The entire fragment of the small world first broke into several pieces with a deafening bang, and then each piece continued to break, becoming smaller and smaller, until it turned into fine sand, turning into a screen of sand that blotted out the sky and the sun. It was swept up by the violent force, rumbling and flowing in all directions, like a broken dam of sand. The Eye of Eternal Night vanished from sight, its body covered in cracks. It had clearly arrived at World Zeroth and smashed apart the small world fragment, causing tremendous damage to it. At this moment Qin Yu's heart raced. The might that erupted from the Eye of Eternal Night was even greater. But there was even more surprise in his heart, because the Eye of Eternal Night seemed to have sensed his existence. Or, to be more precise, the Eye of Eternal Night had seen through Qin Yu's disguise and recognized him. Although the Eye of Eternal Night's aura disappeared in a flash, Qin Yu was already wary when the Eye of Eternal Night descended upon him, and he was certain that he had not sensed wrongly. To be honest, Qin Yu had already prepared to fight to the death just a moment ago, but the Eye of Eternal Night did not expose him. After smashing apart the small world fragment, it directly retreated and disappeared. Could it be that the Eye of Eternal Night was so badly damaged that it could not stay any longer? No, no, no. Even if that was the case, it could still send a message to Li Yizhou and the others to expose Qin Yu and ruin his plan. Why did it choose to hide it? Was it because the Eye of Eternal Night and the Dark World had something to do with him? When they first met in the East Sea, Qin Yu could not understand why the Eye of Eternal Night would choose to give up and retreat. Coupled with today's matter, Qin Yu felt that the second guess was more likely to be true. However, he had not even come into contact with the Dark World for long. He had killed a few people, and all of them were heavyweights, but he did not have any friendship with them. The Eye of Eternal Night had no reason to help him. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As usual, he would not think about it if he could not figure it out. However, he had to be even more careful in the future, in case the Eye of Eternal Night deliberately numbed him and turned around to attack him when he was unprepared. If even Qin Yu was shocked by the power of the Eye of Eternal Night, the others, including the mysterious race, could not help but widen their eyes, thinking that Li Yizhou had really gone mad. He had actually dared to summon the Eye of Eternal Night to the critical Zero Land. The damage this time would take at least 100 years to recover. Most importantly, he had paid such a huge price, but he had not gained anything. Of course, the Eye of Eternal Night could not hide after being smashed into pieces. However, the aura of the Eternal Fire still did not appear. In other words, the other party was really not here. The two sides had worked together to seal the small world fragment, and searched twice like a carpet and combing one's hair, but in reality it was all in vain. Or to put it more bluntly, both the Dark World and the mysterious race had been completely fooled. What was even more embarrassing was that even now, they still did not know who had fooled them. Just thinking about it made them feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Thus, the faces of the mysterious race who had regained their senses instantly turned ashen. Their ferocious eyes swept the surroundings, wishing that they could immediately catch that person and cut him into pieces. However, if these people knew that Qin Yu, whom they wanted to tear into pieces, was now standing right in front of them, safely behind Li Yizhou, how would they feel? It would probably not be so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood, but that they really would not stop vomiting blood. Of course, the one who found it most difficult to accept was still Li Yizhou. He was wrong from the beginning, completely wrong. Based on the current situation, if he continued to calculate, it was even possible that from the moment the aura of the Eternal Fire appeared on the 22 spots, he had already been tricked. That despicable villain hiding in the shadows must have been extremely pleased with himself right now. He had easily toyed with the dignified Sixth Highness of Western Wildness in the palm of his hand. But now Li Yizhou no longer had the mood to be angry or feel any shame or resentment, because he was completely finished. For the first time, Li Yizhou felt resigned to his fate. He feared that he would never be able to find the Eternal Fire that he had lost. Looking at the dispirited back of the Sixth Highness of Western Wildness, Qin Yu coughed. He was sure that he had to step onto the stage, otherwise Li Yizhou would really be played to death. He had to encourage him. "Your Highness, no matter who obtained the Eternal Fire, you should know better than anyone what they want to do. Strictly speaking, this was nonsense. Li Ijo had controlled the eternal fire before, so he certainly knew what it was used for. But now, as these words fell into his ears, it was like a sweet rain falling from the heavens, nourishing Li Ijo's withered heart. It was like a cool breeze blowing away the dust that covered his heart, making him feel as if he had suddenly found a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour of his life. Li Xiaoqiang's nickname wasn't something that just anyone had the qualifications to claim. His eyes turned and his mind began to shine brightly once more. What Saint Zhouyan said was right, it was simply right. Although the eternal fire was powerful, it was like a double-edged sword. If one couldn't find an effective way to drive it or make it recognize a master, then in truth it wasn't a treasure that could be used as a hidden trump card. The reason it was so precious, the reason that the dark world and mysterious races were willing to pay any price to fight over it, was because it was likely a precious key. Chapter 1361. After being injected with chicken blood by Qin Yu, Li Xiaoqiang was smoothly revived. He felt that he had grasped the hope of turning things around. Of course, he had to thank the Third Highness who hadn't appeared yet. Otherwise, with his status, he could have ordered Li Ijo to be forcefully sent back to the Western Desolate. Without the Third Highness holding him back, he was the person with the highest status and authority in the broken world of the Southwestern Desolate domain. In other words, as long as Li Ijo didn't give up, he could continue to cause trouble. At this moment, not to mention Li Ijo's renewed fighting spirit, Qin Yu was also in a good mood. Things were going more smoothly than he had imagined. Because if there was no accident, they should be hurrying towards the place where the eternal flame was. As long as they arrived there and found a chance to release the furnace, their most important goal of this trip to World Zero would have been achieved. Schwa, after the teleportation ended, the cultivators of the Dark World appeared in a desolate fragment of a small world. The so-called devastation and desolation probably referred to its current appearance. Qin Yu calmly swept his eyes around. He couldn't help but frown. Could the eternal flame be here? But no matter how he tried, he couldn't sense any aura. But even though he was puzzled, he couldn't reveal anything. Instead, he had to maintain a calm appearance. As a saint of the Western Desolate, he couldn't be lacking in posture. This was how he had to act. He had to think of everything and do everything perfectly. Luckily, time was tight. Li Ijo was worried that his third brother would suddenly arrive at World Zero and attack without hesitation. He flipped his palm and light surged, condensing into a small square seal. The barren land in front of him began to violently tumble, as if a strong wind had blown past, stirring up layers of waves. A great array emerged from deep underground. At the same time, it released a restraining aura, causing the surrounding turbulent space flows to fall into a state of silence. In other words, it temporarily prevented anyone from arriving here through the turbulent space flows. The array released light that gathered towards the center, becoming increasingly thick and brighter. Then, it quietly split open from the middle. It was like using this light as a medium to open a door to another world. From this crack, Qin Yu could feel a terrifyingly violent chaotic space aura. If the chaotic space flows in World Zero were 10, then the one emitted from this crack was at least dozens of times greater. Even with Qin Yu's strength, just sensing it caused him to feel a suffocating pressure. Go! Li Ijo rushed in first. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu and the other two Western Wilderness Saints followed closely behind and flew into the crack in the light. The intense feeling of being torn apart made his chest feel stuffy. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a very short period of time before the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Qin Yu's pupils slightly contracted. He had thought of many possibilities before, but he never thought that the eternal flame was not even in the world Zeroth land, or to be more precise, if he used conventional methods to find it, he would never be able to find it. At the end of his line of sight, a blazing mountain of flames was clearly reflected in his eyes. It blazed fiercely, recklessly, wildly spitting out flames and twisting about. Every tongue of flame was filled with a terrifying aura that left one in despair. Endless, never-ending, never extinguishing. This was the everlasting fire that Qin Yu had been searching for. Today, it had finally appeared in front of him. Turbulent space, who would have thought that the everlasting fire would be hidden in there? Even if he had suspicions, there was no way to find it. Of course, he was pleasantly surprised. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that he had been too optimistic. The everlasting fire was indeed in front of him, but it was now wrapped in the violent turbulent space. The chaotic aura that he had sensed through the crack had erupted from here. Seeing it with his own eyes was naturally much clearer than seeing it through the transmission crack. Thus, he could more clearly determine how terrifying it was. The furnace was so excited that it was about to go crazy on the spot. If Qin Yu hadn't held it down, it would have rushed out without a care. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He could understand its current mood. The everlasting fire to the furnace was probably 100 times more tempting than a thirsty man seeing a beautiful woman. But understanding was one thing, but he still had to hold it down. Calm down first. Do you see the turbulent space outside? Even I can't resist that terrifying power. Are you sure you can rush through it? Really, let's not be impatient. There must be another way. After much coaxing and scaring, he finally managed to dispel the thought of rushing over to the furnace. But the meaning it transmitted to Qin Yu was clear. He had to find a way as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if it knew how dangerous it was, it would still rush in. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. Only now did he have the mood to look around. Outside the mountain of flames that was wrapped in super-violent space turbulence, there were two irregular small world fragments. In such a terrifying environment and with the high temperature in the air, there wasn't even the slightest bit of life. All he could see was scorched black. The two small world fragments were separated by a certain distance. Somewhere in the middle, above their heads, there was a ship floating in the air. The ship wasn't large, and it seemed to be pure black. But perhaps because it had been parked here for far too many years, it had been corroded by outside strength, causing mottled areas of varying sizes to appear on its surface. They were a faint dark red. Li Yizhou's eyes fell on the ship. His heart finally calmed down and a sharp light shined in his eyes. In order to take back the eternal flame as soon as possible, he had lost some sense of propriety in his panic. In truth, as long as he controlled this ship, even if he lost the eternal flame, there wouldn't be any irreparable consequences. In addition, there was still something puzzling in his heart. If all of this was His Majesty's will, then the Third Highness would have been able to enter the battlefield in a dazzling display, retrieve the eternal flame, and throw him into the abyss where he would never be able to rise again. But the strange thing was that the third prince had disappeared without a trace until now. Now that he had brought his men to the outside of the mountain of flames and had prepared a battle formation to wait for the rabbit, it meant that he had regained his footing. It was no longer the best time to retrieve the eternal flame. Just what was His Majesty's meaning? Li Yizhou couldn't figure it out. He even began to reflect on himself. Could he have been wrong about this? Perhaps taking away the eternal flame wasn't His Majesty's arrangement. But soon Li Yizhou suppressed these thoughts. Whether he was right or wrong, it wasn't important right now. What was important was that only by taking back the eternal flame would he have a chance to continue living. Otherwise, he was doomed to end his life in a tragic manner. The people of the Dark World flew towards one of the small world fragments. The cultivators stationed here had already come out to greet them. "Greetings, Sixth Highness." Several people bowed across from him. Li Yizhou asked, "Has anyone broken into this place?" "No." Li Yizhou relaxed a little. He turned and ordered, "Maintain vigilance. Even if a fly flies in, we cannot let it go." At this time, violent spatial fluctuations spread out. A massive number of cultivators arrived. They were the mysterious race. It was clear that they had also realized that it was impossible for them to leave this chance to the Dark World. Qin Yu's eyes were calm. Qin Yu's eyes remained placid. When he saw the two small world fragments, he already had a few speculations, and now he was able to confirm them. As he thought, the dark world and the mysterious race both knew where the eternal flame was, and they had been trying to break into it. However, the dark world was a step faster. Through some unknown method, they had managed to obtain some of the eternal flame. After he took it away, it led to the series of disturbances that followed. As for why Qin Yu was so sure that the Great King and Little King wanted to break into Blaze Mountain, the reason was the ship above him. Entering and exiting this place was through an array formation. The only place here that could use a ship was the super-violent space turbulence that wrapped around Blaze Mountain. But the two main camps only had a single ship. The camp only had one ship. What was the reason for this? Perhaps Li Ijo had been too ruthlessly tossed and turned. He glanced at the mysterious race several times from afar before returning to the station to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. And besides him, the Dark World camp was naturally led by the three saints of the Western Wasteland. Qin Yu certainly couldn't waste the convenience brought about by this status. And more importantly, he could clearly see several figures fly out from the small world fragment and enter the ship. It was some time before they left. And during this process, the Dark World cultivators guarding the small world fragment only glanced at them several times without any response. It was as if entering and exiting this ship was a very common matter for them. Qin Yu's thoughts raced several times. After he came to a decision, he walked over. "Greetings, Saint." On the observation platform, several cultivators stationed here hurriedly bowed. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Stand up. I saw several cultivators enter the ship just now. I will go and investigate." A cultivator stationed here respectfully said, "Saint, there is no need to worry. I can sense the state of the ship. They won't dare to mess around." Qin Yu frowned. He lightly snorted, not speaking. Another cultivator quickly said, "Of course. In today's situation, it is right for the Saint to be cautious. If there is nothing else, I will lead you over now." Qin Yu nodded. "Let's go." This person turned and said a few words. Then, he bowed and said, "Saint, please follow me." The two of them shot into the skies. The small world fragment where the mysterious race resided only cast a few glances at them before turning back. Soon, they arrived outside the ship. A thick smell of blood wafted into their noses. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He finally knew what those dark red rust marks on the pure black hole were. Dried up blood. There was a lot of it, so much that it covered most of the hull. And what was most terrifying was that Qin Yu discovered that these bloodstains seemed to be seeping out from the inside of the ship. Just the part that had seeped through had such a thick smell of blood. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying the interior of the ship was. Qin Yu wasn't sure how many people had to kill in order to obtain so much blood, but he knew that it had to be a mind-boggling number. Perhaps sensing the slight change in Saint Zhou-Yan's expression, the cultivator leading the way smiled and bowed. "It's the Saint's first time here, so it's normal for you to not be used to it. We've been here for many years already, so we don't feel anything at all." Qin Yu pointed at the bloodstains on the hull. "This is?" The person hesitated for a moment. "This can be considered a secret. But, with the Saint's status, since you have asked, I will tell you. I ask that the Saint not spread this out as much as possible." Seeing Qin Yu nod, he continued to say, "In truth, the Saint should be well aware that the turbulent space flows outside of Blaze Mountain are far too terrifying. Only by relying on this ship that was barely constructed by that race can one pass through. But this ship isn't perfect. Every time it is activated, it consumes an astonishing amount of energy. Moreover, the quality of the ship is extremely high. And this level of energy cannot be provided by the broken world. We can only rely on the supply from the Western Desolation, and the consumption is enormous. In order to reduce consumption, after a period of research, we found a method of blood sacrifice. By carving runes on the hull of the ship, we can use this method to summon the power of the foreign blood demons to move the ship in and out. This is how the scene that the saint is seeing now appeared. Qin Yu frowned. Blood sacrifice? Then the sacrifice. The guarding cultivator said, of course it is to capture the broken world, in order to avoid being discovered by the ruler of the broken world and causing unnecessary trouble. We cannot act against powerful cultivators. We can only choose low-level broken world lifeforms. In order to meet the requirements of summoning the blood demons, we can only use quantity to make up for the difference in quality. He coughed lightly. This matter isn't glorious at all. Once it is spread out, it is likely to cause public condemnation and damage the reputation of my Western desolation. Thus, this lowly one is reminding you not to spread this news. Chapter 1362. Although he didn't recognize these beings that had been sacrificed, an intense killing intent gushed out from Qin Yu's chest. This was because on a macro level, they were all from vast yang like Qin Yu, so they naturally stood on the same side. Although Qin Yu had never shown any mercy towards the Dark World cultivators from the very start, from this moment on, he felt that these people deserved to die even more. Qin Yu's chest surged with killing intent, but his face was as calm as a lake and his breathing didn't change at all. He indifferently nodded and said, to be able to use the sacrificial method to reduce losses is a great merit. Have you received any rewards? This person revealed a satisfied expression. He lightly coughed and said, a saint's foresight is like that of a god. I have studied many sacrificial methods and was able to help out a little. After completing the blood sacrifice, I was rewarded by His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign and was ordered to guard this place. To be rewarded by His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign, that alone is enough to show how extraordinary you are. Work hard in the future and you will surely rise up in the future. Qin Yu reached out and patted this person's shoulder, deeply engraving this person's appearance in his eyes. The cultivator stationed here revealed a look of excitement. I, Zhao Ta, will definitely continue to work hard and not disappoint the saint's expectations. His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign's reward was a supreme honor, but he was just a minor character that didn't have the qualifications to be remembered by His Majesty. It sounded nice but wasn't practical. If he could find a saint to rely on, then even if he looked at the entire Western Desolate, he would still have a thigh that would guarantee him future glory and wealth. Now, it seemed that Saint Zhou had a very good impression of him. Indeed, his decision to lead the way was correct. Zhao Ta suppressed the excitement in his heart, but he didn't know that he had already been placed on Qin Yu's death list. Otherwise, why would Qin Yu bother remembering his appearance? Of course he wanted to kill him. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Ta respectfully gestured. Saint, please follow me. After smoothly entering the ship, Qin Yu saw the sacrificial runes that Zhao Ta spoke of. Although he was already mentally prepared, when he saw the interior of the ship that was dyed red with blood, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He quietly stood there for a moment. If he looked carefully, he would discover that the interior of the ship was dyed red with countless tiny claw marks. It was really very subtle, like a withered branch scratching a hard rock. It might not be obvious 10 or 100 times, but once it was stacked up to thousands, tens of thousands, or even more, it would be enough to form a scene similar to the one before him. As it turned out, when the blood sacrifice was carried out, they were all still alive. That process must have been extremely painful. Otherwise, as Zhao Tuo said, how could they, who were just a group of low-level cultivators or even ordinary people, leave behind these seemingly minute but actually extremely heavy marks that made it hard for one to breathe in the great ship that could withstand super-explosive spatial turbulence? He didn't even need to close his eyes to hear the screams of despair and helplessness as they were shrouded in endless pain. Qin Yu asked, "Did the people of that clan also use a blood sacrifice?" Zhao Tuo answered, Yes, because the runes need to be engraved on the inside of the ship in order to operate smoothly, so we can only let them take advantage of us. There was a hint of unwillingness in his tone. Qin Yu nodded, indicating he understood. He took another deep look at the tiny scratch marks on the ship's hull and said, "Take me around." Following that, Qin Yu's expression remained normal. With an indifferent attitude, he observed the entire ship. During this process, Qin Yu asked some questions. Zhao Tuo, who already had the intention of joining Zhou Yan's side and cozy up to Saint Zhou Yan, naturally answered everything he knew. He answered all sorts of questions to help Qin Yu obtain the information he wanted. For instance, the ship beneath his feet was indeed a joint effort between the Dark World and the mysterious race to enter and exit the super-explosive spatial turbulence outside of Blazing Mountain. Another example was that this ship was jointly owned by the Little King and Little King, so there were two keys that could only be placed together to move the ship. The third point was what Zhao Tuo had said before. To move the ship required an astonishing amount of high-quality strength. Zhao Tuo didn't know what was within the Blazing Mountain that was covered by the ever-burning flame. But, from the stance that the Dark World and the mysterious race had revealed, he didn't need to be a genius to know that it was an extremely important object. The ever-burning flame was Qin Yu's goal, but it didn't mean that he couldn't add other tasks to it. Since he had already regarded the Dark World and the mysterious race as his greatest enemies, he would destroy whatever the enemy wanted, or simply take it for himself. Perhaps the object in the Blazing Mountain could help the Yard Master regain her vitality. This was also what he had promised Peach. Therefore, Qin Yu had ample reason and position to stir up trouble here and make the Dark World and the mysterious race pay a heavy price. Putting aside himself, he could at least comfort those who died in vain in the blood sacrifice. But everything in the world was like this. It was easier said than done. After seeing Li Yizhou summon the Eye of Eternal Night, Qin Yu no longer had the thought of massacring them with his cultivation. Perhaps these people in front of him weren't enough, but once they locked onto him, who knew what kind of terrifying existence they could summon? Perhaps he would be dead with a single slap. Since he couldn't fight them head-on, he could only find another way and take a roundabout route to achieve his goal. What should he do? He wasn't in a hurry. He could think things through first. No matter how far he went, he would eventually reach the end. First, getting the ever-burning flame was the first step. To get the ever-burning flame, he had to break through the super-explosive space turbulence. In other words, he had to get control of the ship first. The key was split into two. Even if Li Yizhou had one, Qin Yu couldn't snatch it away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance if the mysterious race was alerted. He didn't have to think about what to do first. In any case, he had to get the key. As for the ship needing high-quality energy to operate, it wasn't a problem for Qin Yu, who had the connate spiritual energy in his body. As for the follow-up tasks, such as seizing the object in the Blazing Mountain or teaching the King Bloodline and the King Bloodline a lesson, he could make arrangements later. No, the latter task could be done now, but it would depend on the situation later. After flying out of the ship and returning to the fragment of the small world, Zhao Tuo left with a smile on his face. This was because before Sage Zhou Yan left, he reached out and patted Zhao Tuo's shoulder. This was a clear sign that he thought highly of Zhao Tuo. As expected, I'm such an outstanding person that I've caught the eye of a sage. For the time being, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Zhao Tuo. He was just a small fry. If everything went smoothly, he could just kill him. It was fine as long as he remembered that he wasn't worth being distracted by. After returning to his residence, Qin Yu carefully sensed that there was nothing wrong. He sat down and tapped the armrest with his fingers rhythmically. The current situation was that the Dark World and the mysterious race had arrived outside the Blazing Mountain at the same time, ready to wait for him to come to them. Although Qin Yu had quietly snuck in and gained the upper hand, it didn't have any practical use. Because it was very quiet. The dark world and the mysterious race waited quietly. In this situation, he couldn't do anything at all. If he stuck his head out, he might be exposed. Unless he broke this situation and made the water muddy again, he would have the chance to move around and hide in the dark to stir up trouble. How could he make it chaotic? It was difficult. The king bloodline and the king bloodline's strength was right there. If he dared to provoke them, he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. But it was actually quite simple. There was a ready-made method in front of him, it just wasn't very good. From the perspective of the king bloodline and the king bloodline, it felt like he was digging his own grave. But soon, Qin Yu extricated himself from these subtle thoughts. What was there to say about his own people? His hands had been stained with blood ever since he started cultivating. Which one of those he killed wasn't a native cultivator of the vast Yang world? TSK, people really couldn't be too unreasonable. Righteousness, morality, and so on? As long as he took care of himself, it was fine. If he stood too high and the wind was too cold, he might freeze into a popsicle if he wasn't careful. He felt much better. But what could he do to attract the wandering cultivators of the vast Yang world to this place? That's right, in Qin Yu's opinion, this was the ready-made method in front of him. If the king bloodline and the king bloodline were quiet and didn't move, then he would add in a third party. When they saw someone suddenly break into their territory, would they still be able to maintain their calm? As long as they fought, Qin Yu would have a chance. If there was something he couldn't solve, he would look for the stone pagoda. This was a habit that Qin Yu had developed over the years. He didn't need to rely on it for now, but the stone pagoda rarely disappointed him. This time wasn't an exception. After Qin Yu stated his request, he was silent for several breaths of time. Then, the stone pagoda said, "Spatial positioning, I've studied this before." Although the result was good, Qin Yu still couldn't help but rub his eyebrows after hearing the stone pagoda's confirmation. He asked a question that he had been suppressing for a long time. How did you become omniscient and omnipotent? The stone pagoda paused for a moment and then chuckled. Are you praising me for asking this? It continued to say, but in truth, as Master said, being an omniscient and omnipotent person isn't something that makes one too happy. At the very least, if I had a choice, I would rather not have this ability. Being an ordinary stone pagoda is also quite good. He always felt that these words were an act and a very, very powerful one at that. Besides that, there was probably a faint sadness in them. It seemed that there was some other story behind this. Qin Yu didn't choose to ask. The stone pagoda clearly didn't want to say anything more. The facts proved that those that dared to act were usually extremely skilled. Otherwise, if they failed to act, they would turn into an idiot. The stone pagoda soon completed the spatial positioning that it spoke of. A crystal the size of a knuckle appeared in Qin Yu's hand. The stone pagoda said, "It is very simple to use. As long as you pour strength into it, the crystal will be activated and transmit the location coordinates to the outside world. The specific range cannot be determined, but covering most of World Zero shouldn't be a problem. Those that receive the location can use it to tear through the turbulent space flow and open up a channel to reach the coordinate. Of course, there are some requirements for cultivation. If your strength is too weak, it won't be enough to open up a channel to descend." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Since this was the case, he didn't need to feel any psychological pressure. "I am only giving you the coordinates. Whether you come or not is up to you. Like this, no matter what happens in the future, it is your own choice." That's right, it was like this. Then the next step was to activate the coordinate. This matter was very simple. It wasn't difficult at all for Qin Yu. But this seemed to be an opportunity. Regardless of what the effect would be, since it was an opportunity, he should be brave enough to try it. Putting away the crystal, Qin Yu stood up and walked to a corner of the room. His body sank into the shadows, and as the darkness wriggled, he quietly vanished from sight. Several breaths of time later, in another room, a dark world cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is it?" The reason he only shouted out loud and didn't immediately attack or shout was because this person had no intention of hiding their aura. Moreover, this place was outside of Blaze Mountain. Besides the Dark World, there were only cultivators from that race, and the one who came was clearly one of their own. From the wriggling darkness, Qin Yu stepped out. He lightly said, "It's me." The other cultivator's complexion changed. He hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Saint. What instructions do you have for me?" Although he was respectful, he was actually a bit nervous. After all, Saint Zhou had arrived with the Sixth Highness. In a crowd of cultivators, it wasn't difficult for Qin Yu to find some people who seemed respectful but weren't close to Li Zhou. In particular, as someone who was prepared and had a premeditated plan to stir up a wave of trouble, carefully observing the surrounding objective conditions was essential homework. Chapter 1363. Qin Yu had over 80% confidence that this person in front of him wasn't of the same mind as Li Zhou. That was enough. Before I arrived, I had a secret discussion with the Third Highness. I have an important matter to entrust to you. As Qin Yu spoke, he walked over. The person across from him was surprised. He clearly didn't think that the Saint Zhou, who had followed the Sixth Highness to the Broken World, would say such words. Was this person probing him? No, with his status as a dignified saint, there was no need for him to lower himself to such an extent. Thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands together. "I do not understand the saint." Before he could finish speaking, because his neck was grabbed, Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. His fingers tightened. With a light cracking sound, a terrifying strength invaded his neck. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up, because at this time, the stone pagoda had also attacked. This was an extremely cold aura, incomparably condensed like a steel needle. With a "pa" sound, it was like something had been pierced. The corpse of the Dark World cultivator in front of him fell to the ground. It didn't dissipate into the power of darkness like he had seen before. It was like a true corpse. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. His intuition told him that this cultivator in front of him had truly died. Perhaps sensing Qin Yu's shock, the stone pagoda's voice sounded out. "I have also studied things like puppet bodies. It's just that I haven't been able to find a way to deal with them. Only by killing this person can we avoid exposing Master's identity as much as possible and perfect your plan." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He said, "Have you guessed what I want to do?" The stone pagoda, was that the main point? "Master, your way of thinking can be quite novel at times." Inwardly, he relaxed. If Qin Yu really asked, the stone pagoda really wouldn't know how to answer. "Cough, according to Master's past actions, I have a rough guess." Qin Yu frowned. He tilted his head up 45 degrees, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thought to himself, could this be the image that the stone pagoda had of him? Without saying anything, he guessed that I was up to no good? This involved one's personal image, so this was a very serious problem. Just when did I become so sinister and cunning? Thinking about it carefully, it was probably at the Lost Garden. Could it be that absorbing the power of the innate spirit would have such a drawback? Or was it because he was unlucky that the fire snake he absorbed and refined had such a sinister nature to begin with, so he was infected with this bad habit? If the deceased Xiantian spirit knew of this thought, no matter how thick the coffin lid was, it would not be able to suppress its determination to come out. This bastard's nature was clearly awakened, and he actually blamed it on me. This is absolutely intolerable. Image, I have to pay attention to my image. In the future, I have to reduce my underhanded methods. I have to be upright and use force to convince people. A man should be like this. But right now there was a huge disparity in strength between them and the enemy. The main reason was that the Dark World and the mysterious race cheated. Not only could they not be killed, but they could also call for powerful helpers. Although the first method of cheating had been restrained, calling for help was what Qin Yu feared the most. So, next time, Qin Yu, will definitely attack in an open and aboveboard manner. If I want to kill someone, I will do it. If I want to steal treasures, I will do it. As for now, it was best to use the old method to avoid accidentally losing his life. Qin Yu made up his mind to make a change. A sharp light exploded in his eyes. Stone Pagoda, is this person dead? The Stone Pagoda nodded. His soul has shattered. He can't be any more dead. Can you use this method many times? Yes. Qin Yu clapped his hands together, his eyes shining. Good, very good. Since you have such a great killing tool, the next step will be much simpler. When Qin Yu decided to attack, he wanted to make use of the time difference. Even if the main body of the Dark World cultivator he killed learned of everything, it would be difficult for him to send a message to World Zero in a short period of time. But truthfully speaking, this was a bit risky. It was just that Qin Yu was relying on the fact that once he was discovered, he could simply change his identity. To him, this wasn't difficult at all, so he decided to do it after a moment of hesitation. But now, with the Stone Pagoda filling in the gaps, there was basically nothing to worry about. If he made some adjustments to his plan, it would surely be smoother and more stable. After throwing in the shadow of the abyss and discovering a nearly omniscient and omnipotent Stone Pagoda, Qin Yu felt that his luck was simply too good. But he definitely couldn't say this out loud. That fellow from the Stone Pagoda had dared to show off in front of him. If he knew what Qin Yu was thinking now, who knew how arrogant he would be? So, in order to stabilize himself, he had to put on airs and display the attitude of a master. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately restrained his expression. He coughed and said, "If that's the case, then I can change my plan." He flipped his hand and took out the crystal. He poured strength into it and the crystal immediately shined with light. It floated in the air from his palm. After finishing this, Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the corpse and retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Several breaths of time later, with a light cracking sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal. A powerful spatial fluctuation instantly erupted. Within the room, Li Yizhou had carefully thought about it and determined that he still had a chance. But before he could catch his breath, he felt this strange spatial fluctuation sweep past him. Li Yizhou tumbled to the ground, as if his butt had been set on fire. He revealed a flustered and exasperated expression as he turned and rushed out. Everyone on the small world fragment was startled awake. At this time, all of them had horrified expressions. Qin Yu was also one of them. Seeing Li Yizhou come out, he took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, we've been tricked." Li Yizhou's face twitched and his face twisted. Spatial positioning. Damn it, who is it? Find him immediately. The location of the spatial positioning explosion was easy to lock onto. A group of Dark World cultivators rushed over, but besides the crystal fragment, they didn't find anything. A Western Wasteland true sage said in a low voice, "Who lives here? Where is he now?" After some questioning, they soon found the target. But those who had recently come into contact with him said that this person had entered his room and hadn't come out at all. This was knowing that he was about to be exposed. He fled to avoid punishment? But entering and exiting the Mountain of Flames required an array formation set up outside. This person couldn't open it, so where could he escape to? Li Yizhou clenched his teeth and roared, "Find him! Find him for me!" Arriving outside the Mountain of Flames and laying down an array formation to wait for the rabbit was their last chance. But now, before the main target appeared, such a big mistake had already occurred. With such strong spatial positioning fluctuations, the range it covered could be imagined. In other words, without accident, a large number of Broken Realm rogue cultivators would soon arrive here. As for the existence of the Mountain of Flames, It had always been a strictly guarded secret between the Dark World and the mysterious races. Not to mention the arrival of the Broken Realm rogue cultivators, they would definitely disrupt his arrangements and cause his entire plan to change. Being full of change was a great sin in itself. Although he had said things like, there was nothing to worry about in a land of death, it would be a lie to say that Li Ijo wasn't panicking right now. Right now, he even had thoughts of eating someone alive. Why? Why was everything going so wrong? The previous desolate emperor fought hard, and with his own outstanding performance, he obtained the chance to control the indestructible flame. He originally thought that this was his chance to rise up, but in the end, his puppet body was killed, and he was almost imprisoned for his heavy crime. He used all sorts of schemes and methods, not hesitating to sacrifice Western Desolate's benefits, to pull that race into the fray to disrupt the situation. But after he descended to the southwest desolate region's broken world for the second time and entered World Zeroth, bad luck followed him around. He suffered setbacks time and time again, and his heart was filled with despair. Li Ijo swore that if he wasn't strong enough, someone else would not have been able to endure it. But no matter how strong I am, no matter how strong my will to fight, I can't endure these setbacks one after another. Does the heavens really want me to die? But there was nothing. The Dark World's cultivators turned the entire fragment upside down, but they still couldn't find any clues. Li Ijo was so angry that his body was shaking like a sieve. How can a living person disappear into thin air? Continue to search. Previously, when the indestructible flame aura disappeared, it was like this again. How could he accept this? Moreover, in the current situation, he had to find this person and confirm some things that he didn't forget even in his frenzied state. For example, was all of this the will of the desolate emperor? Li Ijo had his suspicions before, but today's matter caused his suspicions to resurface, becoming even stronger. The reason was simple. Even though he was dissatisfied with the desolate emperor, Li Ijo had to admit that his father, who he wasn't close to, always placed Western Desolate's benefits first. It was highly likely that the Flame Mountain was related to something left behind by the fallen ruler. It concerned the future of the broken world, and was the key to the struggle between Western Desolate and that race. His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, would never reveal this matter, lest the rogue cultivators of the broken world discover it and join the struggle. But such a thing had already happened. Could it be that he was wrong? But if all of this wasn't done by the Desolate Emperor, then who had the qualifications to do it? Li Ijo, who was originally filled with hatred and unwillingness, suddenly felt as if he was shrouded in a fog. He had already been beaten many times, but he couldn't even clearly see who it was that did it. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Face after face appeared in his mind. The Third Highness, whose whereabouts were still unknown, was also among them. There were also the other opponents of Western Desolate, and even some important characters of Southern Desolate. After all, strictly speaking, Western Desolate and Southern Desolate had the right to interfere in this matter. It was just that they were too anxious in the past and made a mistake. They could only hold back their hatred and give up. Everyone knew that Southern Desolate hadn't truly given up all these years. There were still some thoughts that were stirring within them. Of course, not far away, that race on another small world fragment was definitely one of the main suspects. Li Ijo thought about many, many things, but he never imagined that the person who did all of this was a rogue cultivator of the broken world. This was because in the eyes of Western Desolate's Sixth Highness, although there were some powerful characters in this barren land, they couldn't be compared to them, who came from Western Desolate. Moreover, this person had done such shocking things, playing with them and that mysterious race in the palm of their hand. Who was it? Who was it? Chapter 1364. The third prince of Western Wilderness, Li Quanji, was publicly recognized as the most outstanding among the princes and princesses. Whether it was his intelligence, temperament, methods, or his cultivation talent, he was recognized by the entire Western wilderness. He was also the most favored prince of the desolate emperor. There were rumors that he would be appointed as the crown prince and inherit the throne of Western wilderness in the future. However, there was no perfect person in this world. Li Kuanji's only flaw was that he was too greedy for beauties. All sorts of rumors accompanied him all year round. Countless beauties of the Western wilderness had been poisoned by him, but he had never caused any trouble, even though he had plucked all the beauties from among the thousands of flowers. Thus, the discussions in Western wilderness were mostly filled with envy and admiration. This method of not getting into any trouble even gave the third prince extra points. It was seen as the best evidence to prove that his methods were brilliant. After all, women were the most difficult existences to deal with in this world. No one would doubt this. However, as the saying goes, if you always walk by the river, your shoes will eventually get wet. If you walk too much at night, you will eventually meet a ghost. This time, the third prince was not in a hurry to enter the world Zeroth. His original intention was to let Li Ijo take the lead and wait until the race was almost done fighting. Then, he would easily take advantage of the situation. As the most favored prince of Western wilderness, there were many people who were loyal to him. Even though he had never descended into the broken world, he still had his eyes in the world Zeroth. He was able to accurately control the situation at any time. Thus, he was in the mood to bring people to see the broken world. He hoped that he could meet a beautiful lady and have some things happen. Strictly speaking, Li Kuanji's wish was half fulfilled, because he did meet a very beautiful lady. With just one look, he felt his mind being captivated. He had an unprecedented impulse. No matter what, he must get her. His many years of success had forged Li Kuanji's strong self-confidence. With a face full of smiles, he stepped forward and cupped his hands to strike up a conversation. He had thought that everything would go smoothly, but he never expected that the first time he kicked an iron plate, he would fall with his head and face covered in blood. This was not a description but an objective reality. Li Kuanji was really hammered and his face was covered in blood. Out of the 7 true sages that descended behind him, only 5 remained. The other 2 had been killed on the spot. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes and experienced it for themselves, who would have believed that the elegant lady before them would possess such violent and ferocious means? Not to mention, her strength was terrifyingly powerful. True divine. She was actually a genuine true sage in the broken world. Her strength was definitely at the peak of the true sage stage. And what was most terrifying was that this woman could use an extremely strange and incomparably terrifying soul imprisonment technique. Li Kuanji's soul was currently in a sealed state. Although it was called a seal, it was clearly an extremely sharp blade. Layers upon layers of intertwining blades could descend and slice his soul into pieces with a single thought. So, this was the reason why our third prince of the Western Wasteland did not enter the world Zeroth land. He had become a captive in the hands of a woman. Moreover, he did not even dare to escape. It was fine if his puppet body was killed, but if his soul was damaged, the consequences would be hard to estimate. It was a pain that Li Kuanji could not bear. And this was something that no one could have imagined. The incomparably noble and powerful Western Wasteland Highness was accompanied by 7 true sages. This kind of strength could be said to be able to sweep through all 8 directions without fear. But it was these people who actually fell into the hands of a woman. From start to finish, they were beaten up and ended up in such a state. The 5 true sages were not imprisoned, but they could only follow behind and listen to the orders of this woman. This was because Li Kuanji was the biggest threat to them. What a good hand! Even as true sages, they could not bear the consequences. If Li Kuanji were to meet with an accident, the desolate emperor would definitely be furious. They had no idea what to do. They could only take it one step at a time and hope that there would be an opportunity to escape. Once they saved the Highness, they would immediately leave. What? Why didn't they take revenge? Could it be that they did not have any resentment in their hearts? Nonsense, there was a lot of resentment in their hearts. It was so much that it could condense into a substance. But what was the use of that? Looks could not kill. If they were to compare their strength. In the past, when the 7 of them worked together, the Third Highness was still captured. Now that there were only 5 of them left, even if they were mentally prepared, how good could the outcome be? This woman was really scary. Even though her strength was not that strong, her strange methods were hard to defend against. And now, the woman who was scary in the eyes of the true sages was standing outside a peach forest. She had been watching for a while, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as though she had met with some difficulties. The silence in the peach forest was broken. The space in the peach forest was slightly distorted, and a man and a woman walked out. Seeing that there were people outside, she was shocked. The woman whose face was still flushed subconsciously tidied up her clothes. The sages were all experienced old foxes. With just a glance, they knew what had just happened. However, they were still a little surprised. They thought that the isolation method of this peach forest was really powerful. At such a close distance, they actually did not notice anything at all. They looked at the woman from the corner of their eyes and thought, "How are you going to handle this situation?" But in fact, before the tough woman who looked different on the inside said anything, the young men and women who walked out of the peach forest were already kneeling on the ground in fear, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Senior Sister Peach Girl, spare our lives! Spare our lives, Senior Sister Peach Girl!" The air was quiet. Li Kuanji raised his eyebrows and thought, "After such a long time, this is actually your house. But if you want to go home, then go home. Why do you have to do all this and listen in like a thief? Are you crazy?" However, when he thought about how he couldn't beat a crazy woman and was even captured by her as a prisoner, not even daring to escape, Li Kuanji suddenly felt very sad. The woman's eyes flashed and she raised her hand to touch her face. She paused for a while and said slowly, "It seems that I really look exactly like Peach Girl. This means that I didn't find the wrong place today." The young man and woman were stunned. They thought, "What are you talking about? You are Peach Girl." They had long heard that the only daughter of the Peach Garden's first wife had always been in poor health, and had been recuperating all year round. Could it be that there was something wrong with her mind? If that was the case, wouldn't they be dead today? At the thought of this, the 2 of them trembled all over. The woman had no intention of making things difficult for them. She waved her hand and said, "Go and report to the owner of the peach garden that there are guests visiting." As soon as she finished speaking, she blinked and said, "I've been discovered. The yard owner's cultivation is really unfathomable. I admire you." The moment she finished speaking, ripples appeared in the air. The yard owner stepped out and swept the young man and woman back into the peach garden with a flick of her sleeve. She said lightly, "Distinguished guest, you're too kind. I hope you won't be offended that I failed to welcome you earlier." As she spoke, her eyes flashed and she glanced at the people in front of her. She released an invisible aura and showed a domineering attitude without the slightest restraint or fear. The demeanor of a top-notch true sage of the Haoyang world was unmistakable. The woman who looked exactly like Peach Girl said softly, "Since I've appeared here, the yard owner should know why I'm here." The yard owner was expressionless. "Although I sensed that something was wrong, I didn't expect you to show up." This was the truth. Although she looked calm now, the yard owner's heart was full of shock. Peach Girl cultivated the myriad soul path. She split the soul that she couldn't maintain and turned it into seeds that were scattered all over the world. Some special seeds would become the same person as the original body after reincarnation. To put it simply, they could be called avatars. They surpassed ordinary seeds and had a similar relationship to the original body. They had a great influence on the original body. For instance, Ning Ling was in such a situation. She was the reincarnation of Peach Girl's soul seed, but she looked exactly like her. If it weren't for this, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to determine this and try to enter the peach garden. It was an extremely rare situation for a special soul seed to give birth to an avatar. Not everyone who cultivated the myriad soul path would have such a situation. But not only did Peach Girl's soul seed give birth to an avatar, but it was also an even rarer form of twins. The woman in front of him was Peach Girl's other soul seed avatar. She looked at the yard owner and said, "I can feel that her life is nearing its end. Please give her to me. I can become Peach Girl, your daughter." The yard owner shook her head. "My daughter is behind me, not you." The woman sighed. "You've already paid a great price for her. You can be considered a great father. You really don't need to persist any longer. Moreover, I can assure you that after I become Peach Girl, I will be a true Peach Girl. I will have everything she has, and you will be my true father." The yard owner took a step forward. He didn't say anything else, but a terrifying aura broke out from his body. The peach forest behind him instantly flared up. Countless peach blossoms left the branches and whizzed towards him, circling behind him. Actions were more powerful than words, and they could better express one's attitude. The woman frowned and stared at the yard owner opposite her. She seemed to be weighing her options. After a few breaths, she suddenly took a step back and said, "Since you insist on not letting me, I will leave for now. But in your current state, how long can you protect her?" With that, she turned and left. Her figure instantly disappeared. Li Kuanji, who had already recognized the yard owner opposite him, was filled with anticipation for this damned woman to fight with a peak true saint of the broken world. But now, he felt extremely disappointed. Why didn't she make a move? "I will only have a chance to escape if you guys fight." However, the conversation between this woman and the yard owner, as well as what he had seen previously, made Li Kuanji feel that he had grasped something. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale. Li Kuanji didn't dare to delay any longer. He turned around and tore apart the space to follow her. The 5 darkness true saints had solemn expressions. They cupped their hands at the yard owner and left. There was no other meaning to this action. It was purely out of respect for the strong. When the aura erupted just now, the yard owner had displayed a disdainful attitude. Her power was completely revealed. The 5 saints of the West Wilderness knew that even if they attacked with their true bodies, they might not be able to contend against her. Moreover, this was still limited by the broken world of the Southwest Wilderness. Under the circumstances where the rules of heaven and earth were incomplete, the yard owner's Tao was inevitably flawed. If they were in the West Wilderness, the yard owner in front of them might even become a demi-emperor. It was no wonder that there had long been rumors in the great wilderness that the people of the Southwest Wilderness were not only stubborn, but also capable of producing some stunning geniuses. The ruler of the Southwest Wilderness was the best example. If it wasn't for his wild ambition, perhaps the ranking between the upper 5 wildernesses and the lower 4 wildernesses would have long changed. Cough. The yard owner covered the corner of her mouth with her hand. Her face was slightly pale. Looking in the direction where the woman had left, her eyes were filled with worry. A seed of a dividing soul could actually grow to such a stage and possess such frightening strength. What exactly happened? The scariest thing was that the other party had already seen through his situation. That was why a fierce battle hadn't broken out today. She was just unwilling to take the risk of fighting with someone who was about to die. Once he left, this woman would make a comeback. The people of the Peach Garden wouldn't be able to resist her at all. After all, they still lacked some time. The opportunity for the great changes of heaven and earth had arrived. The rise of the disciples of the Peach Garden was just around the corner, but he couldn't wait any longer. Qin Yu. Perhaps he would be the only one who could support the Peach Garden in the future. Chapter 1365. World Zerothland. The eye of eternal night descended and shattered the small world fragment. At the climax, the entire matter suddenly came to an end. The dark world and the mysterious race had left. The loose cultivators of the vast young world could only gather together and not disperse. It was like watching an extremely lively drama. The process was indeed very exciting, but no one knew what was going on. Of course, the vast young world loose cultivators didn't leave without any gains. First, they knew that the dark world and the mysterious race still had cards up their sleeves, so they had to be more careful in the future. Second, some of the people that were scattered around World Zeroth and knew each other had gathered together through this opportunity. For example, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Ling Xiao now had 3 more people by his side. Stacking Yuan Half-Sage's disciple Xianji, Xiangzhang Academy's Ruan Jing, and the ancient and powerful Thunder Dominion's disciple Zhou Lei. After the 4 of them went through the Endless Sea, because they kept a common secret, their relationship naturally became closer. Meeting again today, their auras were connected and they could feel that each other had made great progress. Among them, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Ling Xiao was the leader. The sword intent around him was condensed, giving off a feeling that he could slash out at any time and cut open a path to the heavens. Next was Zhou Lei. His skin was slightly darker than before, so when he smiled, his white teeth were even more eye-catching. His every movement gave off a powerful pressure. One could faintly hear the roars of thunder in their ears. Ruan Jing secretly clenched his fist. He believed that his cultivation had made great progress during this period of time, but he had fallen behind the other 2. As for Qin Yu, he had already soared into the sky, becoming the Peach Garden's Miss Ninth, who could stand on equal footing with a true saint. Xianji's aura wasn't too strong, but from her calm tone and how she faced Ling Xiao and Zhou Lei, it could be seen that she was secretly hiding her strength. In other words, it was very likely that he had already fallen to the last place amongst the 4 of them. To the sensitive and prideful Ruan Jing, this was naturally something that was very difficult to accept. However, this was the truth, and it was not something that could be changed even if she was willing or not. The 4 of them gathered together because they felt the danger of World Zeroth. They wanted to join forces to ensure their own safety. Not long after they reached an agreement, a shocking spatial fluctuation swept past. Zhou Lei blurted out, "Spatial positioning." Ling Xiao, Xianji, and Ruan Jing's expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly focused their senses, and a coordinate mark appeared in their mind. They were very far away. More importantly, when they sensed the coordinates, the 4 of them simultaneously felt a powerful oppressive aura. It was very dangerous. This didn't scare the 4 away. Instead, it made them even more interested. Things like spatial positioning wouldn't happen for no reason. Who did this? Where did this GPS point to? After a short silence, the 4 of them looked at each other. Ruan Jing was the first to speak. "I suspect that this matter has something to do with the actions of the Dark World and the mysterious tribes." The other 3 nodded. They had the same thought. Thinking back to how the Dark World had summoned the Eye of Eternal Night and destroyed the fragment of the small world with a single strike, his heart began to race. Ruan Jing was the first to speak. "I want to go over." Zhou Lei hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'll go too." The paper looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but did not speak. The paper thought for a moment and said, "Before I saw you, I couldn't be sure. But it's obvious that during this time, your cultivation has greatly improved. I believe that in your hearts, there is a faint sense of unease, as if some terrifying change will occur soon. An invisible oppressive aura will force us to constantly squeeze out our potential and become even stronger." Zhou Lei looked at the 3 of them. He said in a low voice, "Not long ago, the Domain Master said that the world is about to change. She ordered all disciples to cultivate and increase their strength as soon as possible. So everyone has the same feeling. It seems that a great change is about to occur." Ruan Jing said, her eyes staring at Ling Xiao. "I have a strong intuition that this is the last chance the world has given us. Only by working hard to become stronger can we survive this great change. Otherwise, we are destined to turn to ash and be eliminated by the world. Ling Xiao, you may be the strongest of the four of us right now, but if you lose this opportunity, you will be surpassed by us in the future. You might even die in the great changes of the future. Ling Xiao finally said, "It's not that I don't dare to go. It's just that I was once an enemy of the dark world. If I'm discovered, I'm afraid I will implicate you." The paper let out a sigh and rolled her eyes at him. "I was wondering what it was. So it's like this. Don't worry. This time, there will be more than just the four of us. With so many people, the dark world cultivators might not be able to care about you." If that was the case, Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "Okay, let's go." Boom. The four of them combined their strength and forcefully opened up a passage. They stepped into it. At the same time, similar things were happening all over the world Zerothland. No one was stupid. Of course, they could vaguely guess that there was a problem with the spatial positioning. Danger was necessary, but as the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. If they didn't even dare to take risks, how could they have any harvest? Moreover, the cultivators who dared to come to World Zero, other than a few who were forced to do so, would not be too timid. This caused the empty space outside the flaming mountain to suddenly rain heavily. As the rain fell, layers of ripples appeared. Then, figures appeared from within. Li Yizhou, who couldn't find anyone, had a gloomy expression. Especially when he was in a bad mood, he still had to face the accusations and questions from that clan. Because the spatial positioning came from the fragment of the small world where the dark world was. They didn't care about the reason, they believed that it was their responsibility. "All of you shut up, unless you want to start a war now," Li Yizhou roared. His eyes were filled with madness and ruthlessness. The vast young rogue cultivators barged into this place. This is a situation that no one wants to see. The most important thing now is to kill them all, not to complain about each other. The cultivators of the Dark World and the other clan were all shocked. The vast young rogue cultivators were the weakest among the three parties. If not for the ruler's intervention, they would have been banished long ago. But the ruler's intervention was an indisputable fact. If they killed all these people, it would definitely lead to unimaginable consequences. Li Yizhou grinned as he looked at everyone. "Are you afraid? Haven't you thought about the consequences if the broken world ruler finds out about the existence of the flaming mountain? Or should I say, what would happen if the broken world ruler obtained the item in the flaming mountain?" His expression was solemn and his eyes were heavy. "That's right. None of the vast young rogue cultivators that descend here can be spared. They had spent a lot of time and energy. They were almost certain that the flaming mountain was the only place that hadn't been searched yet. In other words, if the ruler's relic existed, it would definitely be here. This matter couldn't be leaked at all. Even if it angered the broken world ruler, it was worth it. Moreover, so what if the broken world ruler was angry? If they really attacked and killed them, did they really think that they wouldn't pay a price? Although Western Desolation and that clan couldn't openly invade, if they wanted to severely injure one or two rulers, they still had a chance. Li Yizhou and 327 spoke at the same time. No one could deny them. Hence, the Great King and the Little King joined forces and decided to attack the vast young rogue cultivators. Kill them all. None of them can be spared. All intruders must die. Attack. With loud roars, the cultivators of the Dark World and the mysterious race attacked together, rushing towards the vast young rogue cultivators that had just crossed over. Like this, a great battle erupted. Qin Yu was expressionless. In truth, he had already imagined this scene before. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have felt so much guilt and hesitation before he made his decision. But then again, he had only given them spatial coordinate. Coming here was their own choice, so no matter what the result was, they couldn't blame anyone else. Moreover, there was indeed a great lucky chance here, and it lay within this blazing eternal flame mountain. There really is a problem. Look at that flame mountain. My intuition tells me that the dark world and the mysterious race are here for it. Let's go all out. Let them know that the cultivators of my vast young world aren't to be provoked. Seeing the flame mountain and seeing the reactions of the great king and the little king, although they were frightened, none of the vast young rogue cultivators were willing to retreat. Of course, the other side clearly wasn't prepared to let them leave alive, so what was there to hesitate about? Let's go all out. From the moment the battle began, it entered a white-hot phase. The vast young world's rogue cultivators wanted to preserve their lives, and the great king and little king wanted to silence them. Qin Yu swept his eyes around the battlefield. As he was thinking about what to do next, surprise flashed in his eyes. All of them had come. On the battlefield, soaring firmament's fingers were like swords. He lifted his hand and a dreadful sword intent swept out. After 3 sword strikes, the dark world cultivators weren't able to resist. With pitiful cries, they were cut apart and vanished. Beside him, Xianzhi, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei weren't as tyrannical and fast, but they were still able to easily cut down their opponents. The 4 of them gathered together and attracted the attention of many vast young rogue cultivators. Joining forces to resist the enemy, they were like a giant moving flesh and blood machine. Any dark world or mysterious race cultivator that rushed over was directly cut down on the spot. Li Yizhou sensed something. He frowned and turned his head. His complexion changed and he clenched his teeth, roaring, "It's you!" He recognized Li Yizhou, that damned sword cultivator. All of the changes and accidents had started after he appeared. If someone said that all of this had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't believe it even if they beat him to death. In the midst of the slaughter, soaring firmament's complexion changed. His sword heart fiercely shrank and he became extremely vigilant. He looked up and met Li Yizhou's eyes. He shouted, "Let's go!" Xianzhi, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei nodded. The 4 of them pushed their way through the encirclement. Li Yizhou had a callous expression. "If you want to escape, then stay behind." He had to capture this sword cultivator. Perhaps he might be able to find the key to unraveling all the mysteries on his body. Qin Yu reached out a hand to stop him. "The situation is chaotic right now. Your Highness must not act rashly lest others take advantage of you. I will act on behalf of your Highness and capture these people for you to deal with." He pointed a finger. "You all follow me and suppress these vast young rogue cultivators." As his voice fell, his figure flickered and he rushed out. The several dark world cultivators that were pointed at revealed hesitation on their faces. But under the gazes of those around them, they braced themselves and followed. Li Yizhou hesitated for a moment before choosing to acquiesce. He looked at the several people flying away with a gratified expression. Of the 3 true saints that descended, only Saint Zhou Yan treated him sincerely. Before this, he had pointed out the situation for me and encouraged me. Now, he has even taken the initiative to help me. It seemed that I had misunderstood him before. Saint Zhou Yan was the backbone of my temple. But I, Li Yizhou, am a person who knows how to repay favors. Since Saint Zhou Yan has treated me so well, as long as I can smoothly pass this trial, I will definitely repay you in the future. I will also let the world know that following me, Li Yizhou, is not a mistake. Qin Yu rapidly approached, not wasting any time. Anyone that blocked his way was sent flying away with a slap. As soaring firmament and the other 3 were rapidly retreating, their complexions changed. As they saw Qin Yu rapidly approach, fear filled their eyes. So strong. They weren't his match. Run. The 4 no longer cared about the people gathered around them. They turned and ran, exploding with their fastest speed. The dark world had clearly sent experts to deal with them. If they continued to take care of others, that would be irresponsible for their own lives. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a trace of appreciation. These fellows really knew how to judge the situation. Of course, this wasn't derogatory or ridicule. In this world, if one blindly tried to be a good person or always wanted to help others, sooner or later they would die without a single bone remaining. Where do you think you're escaping to? Stay here for me. Qin Yu grinned. His eyes swept behind him and he chased after them. One chased while the other fled. The two sides quickly left the battlefield, running away from the direction of the mountain of flames. The sounds of fighting gradually faded away, but the terrifying aura coming from behind them could not be shaken off. Soaring Firmament glanced at the pale-faced Ruan Jing and Xian Ji. The two of them did not specialize in speed. Forcing themselves to flee here was already their limit. Unless he abandoned the two of them, they would not be able to escape today. Skirich sword cultivators did not have the tradition of abandoning their companions. Moreover, he knew that all of this was because of him. He took a deep breath and said, "We can't escape. You and I will stop here and fight together." Xian Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. She could certainly see that Soaring Firmament still had some strength left. She pursed her lips and said, "In the past, Qin Yu was able to slaughter a saint before he stepped into the saint realm. Now that the four of us join forces, can we still not compare to him?" Ruan Jing shook her head. "Qin Yu killed a half-step saint in the past, but the one in front of us is at least a true saint." Zhou Lei grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. "So what if he's a true saint? This is the world Zeroth. How much cultivation can he have left? My family's old ancestors said that in the world Zeroth, he can chase after several true saints and beat them up. Also, let me correct you. Qin Yu killed a half-step saint, but he has also killed a true saint. Moreover, he has yet to step into the saint realm." With just a few words, the pursuers had arrived. Saint Zhou Yen sneered as he approached. "Not running anymore? Then let me send you on your way here." He lifted a hand and a terrifying aura instantly erupted. The several Dark World cultivators that had caught up with great difficulty gasped for breath. Their complexions changed. They thought that since Saint Zhou Yan's strength was so tyrannical, there was no need for them to do anything. Bang! His palm pressed down. A terrifying strength burst forth like a dam, descending with overwhelming momentum. The Dark World cultivators' complexions changed. Their eyes widened in horror. This was because when Saint Zhou Yan attacked, his target was actually them. Caught off guard, the few people who were completely unprepared could only let out a miserable scream before they were crushed to pieces on the spot. Chapter 1366. On the other side, the four youngsters who appeared to be heroic but were actually a little flustered were all stunned at this moment. What was going on? He hadn't even started and he had already killed a group of his men. Was this Dark World true saint crazy? Looking at their expressions, Qin Yu could guess what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue with them. He shouted, "Don't resist. Leave with me first." He flicked his sleeves and a powerful force swept over. This voice, Ling Zhao's eyes widened. When he recovered, he hurriedly said, "Listen to him. Don't resist." Xianji, Zhou Lei, and Ruan Jing, who were about to attack, stopped. They let themselves be swept away and then stared at Ling Zhao, waiting for him to explain. "Don't look at me. You will know in a moment." As he spoke, he looked up at the back in front of him. If it was a guess before, now it was almost certain. Soon, the force that wrapped around the four of them dissipated. Qin Yu turned around and returned to his original appearance. "Qin Yu!" Xianji exclaimed. His eyes widened in disbelief. But he quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly bowed. "Xianji, disciple of Sage-to-be Stacked Kite, greets Mr. Ninth. I didn't mean to offend you before. Please forgive me." Ruan Jing and Zhou Lei hurriedly bowed. Only Ling Zhao's expression was calm. He had already met Qin Yu before and had a guess when he heard the voice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped them from resisting. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Stand up." His eyes swept over the four people in front of him. "You're quite bold. You actually dared to come here. Xianzhi, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei didn't know what he meant. Ling Xiao bowed. The spatial positioning and the actions of the dark world and the mysterious race, was it all because of you? Qin Yu nodded. He didn't hide anything. When he saw the 4 people in front of him, he already had a plan in mind. He needed their cooperation, so he knew what to do. Xianzhi, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei were all stunned. They thought that it was no wonder the extremely dangerous but stable world Zeroth suddenly turned into a pot of rotten porridge. The chaotic dark world and the mysterious tribe went crazy together. So the root cause was here. As expected of the Peach Gardens Mr. Ninth. Wherever he went, he could set off perilous waves. The endless sea was like this, the lost garden was like this, and it was still like this today. It was only because the matters of the East Sea were kept a secret that news hadn't spread far and wide. Otherwise, they would have discovered that in terms of tricks, Qin Yu was indeed a formidable existence that they couldn't match. Qin Yu guessed that it would have a certain impact on their hearts. He waited for the 4 of them to come back to their senses before saying, "It seems that all of you have been working hard in your cultivation during this period of time. You have all made great progress. You are not far from the divine path now." On the other side, Ling Xiao and the other 3 had complicated expressions on their faces when they heard this. These words were not wrong, but coming from his mouth, why did it sound like he was mocking them all? Perhaps Qin Yu also felt that these words weren't appropriate. He lightly coughed and rubbed his chin. "Don't compare yourself with me, otherwise you will lose the joy of cultivating. In short, there is something I need you to cooperate with me on." As he spoke to her, his lips curled up in a smile. "The Netherworld Saint was killed by me and the Garden Master. Do you all know about this? The battle where the Peach Gardens Mr. Ninth became famous throughout vast Sun City and established his status had long since spread throughout the entire Saint Dao circle. He was revered and worshipped by countless people, so it would be difficult for us not to know about it. It's good that you know. Let me tell you one more thing. After the Netherworld Saint's Dao collapsed, I seized a very large Great Dao fragment. When the Peach Garden's 3rd Mr. Baifeng broke through to the divine path, I gave him about 1/3 of it as a congratulatory gift." Gulp, Zhou Lei subconsciously gulped. His face immediately flushed red, and he revealed an embarrassed expression. But at this moment, no one laughed at him. This was because although they didn't swallow their saliva, that was only because they had better self-control. In truth, they were quite envious of him. He had just broken through to the half-saint realm and now, he could immediately obtain a true saint's great Dao fragment. Just how fortunate was this? Just thinking about it made his eyes turn red with envy. Qin Yu snapped his fingers. "Help me complete this task. As long as you cooperate well, each of you will have a share of the great Dao fragment." Ruan Jing blurted out, "Is Mr. Ninth serious?" Then he waved his hand and explained, "This junior doesn't dare to question your promise. It's really, the reward was too precious. It was unbelievable." Qin Yu interrupted him. "Don't worry, I always keep my word. But if any of you dare to leak anything, I guarantee that you will regret it." A cold light burst out from his eyes and a dense aura erupted. The 4 people suddenly stiffened. Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "This junior swears that I will never tell anyone outside of this place about what happened today. Otherwise, the great Dao will collapse and never be able to reform." Ruanjing, Xianzhi, and Zhou Lei nodded. Qin Yu restrained his aura and smiled again. "Very good. I believe that you are all smart people. Then, tell me what you need to do. Don't worry, it won't be too dangerous or difficult. As long as your acting skills are up to standard, it will be fine." He beckoned with his hand and the 4 people gathered over. At the start, Qin Yu was the one speaking and the 4 of them obediently listened, explaining the situation. Xianzhi raised her hand. "Mr. Ninth, I understand your meaning. But I feel that there are some flaws in the plan. How about, seeing Qin Yu indicate for her to continue speaking, Xian Zhi's spirits rose. She began to speak her thoughts. Seeing Qin Yu nod in approval, Ruan Jing and Zhou Lei couldn't help but speak up one after the other. The usually cold and silent Skypiercer sword cultivator also raised several suggestions for modifications. The ancients said that 3 heads were better than Zhuge Liang. Although they didn't know who Zhuge Liang was, this name sounded fierce. In short, the ancients weren't wrong. After the 4 people participated in the plan, it became much more plentiful and feasible. They were all talented people. Qin Yu had a satisfied expression. Everyone, think about it. If there aren't any other problems, then hurry up and prepare. Our first scene will begin soon. A moment later, Qin Yu's figure shook, and he transformed into a cultivator of the mysterious race. Unlike the Dark World faction, he had less contact with the mysterious race. He chose one of the people he had met at the inn at the entrance to World Zero. Afterwards, he saw this person twice. It seemed that he had some status in the mysterious race and wasn't too eye-catching. This was the best choice. They watched helplessly as Qin Yu transformed into a living person in front of them without them even noticing anything. The 4 youths subconsciously shrank back, awe in their eyes. Not to mention anything else, just this superb body transformation technique alone made Qin Yu's degree of danger so high that it made their scalps tingle. What nonsense! How could they not be afraid? If they offended Qin Yu, everyone around them would become untrustworthy. Who knew when he would reach out a hand and grab them by the neck when they were least prepared and gently twist? Gotcha, their lives would be gone. Just thinking about it left them in despair. Qin Yu keenly sensed the awe in the eyes of Ling Xiao and the others, but he pretended not to see it. After all, at this time, it was a good thing to have more awe in their hearts. Let's go. With a shout, Qin Yu led the 4 people and shot into the skies. My name is Li Xiang, the Xiang from flying. Ever since I was a child, I yearned for freedom. My dream was to live a carefree life. It was only after I grew up that I realized how big my dream was. It was so big that there was no way to realize it. This is because in the world of adults, there are only restrictions and compromises. There is no shadow of freedom. For instance, I didn't want to descend into the broken world and participate in the struggle for power in the Western wasteland. But because of my background, it was impossible for me to stay out of it. Thus, I appeared here, chasing down the broken world rogue cultivators that were fleeing in all directions. These people are actually quite pitiful. Even now, I don't know where they live or how vast the world is. But even though they are pitiful, when it is time to kill them, I won't hesitate at all. This is because this is the mission I had to bear after descending into the broken world. The broken world cultivators in front of me are nearly spent. If I kill them for a bit more time, I will send them on their way. There was movement in front. From the fluctuations of strength, it seemed that someone from that clan was attacking. In truth, this sort of situation was normal. After all, everyone was chasing down the broken world rogue cultivators. Moreover, with the current situation, the Western Wasteland had temporarily allied with that clan. It was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Thus, there was no need to care about them. Just as he was thinking about this, 5 people suddenly flew in front of him. The one leading was a familiar face. He had definitely seen them before. The 4 behind him. They looked familiar, even more so. Damn, I remember now. Weren't they the people that Sixth Highness wanted to personally capture? Sage Zhou stopped him and chased after them. Why were they here? Moreover, it was obvious that they were involved with that clan. Where was Sage Zhou? Why wasn't he here? Could it be that he had been schemed against? The more he thought about it, the more he was shocked. The expression of the familiar-looking cultivator from that clan changed. He pointed, attack, kill them. My name is Li Xiang. I am a little panicky now. The people from that clan have already charged over. I have no other choice but to bite the bullet. My name is 637. Don't ask me why I have such a name. It's because it's the same for the entire clan. Ever since the matter of the succession was ruined, my clan has been in an extremely awkward position. Only when everything is set in order can we regain our former glory. So, there's no need to worry about the name. It's just a name anyway. Not long ago, I was leading a few clansmen to kill the Broken World rogue cultivators. 418 suddenly appeared with 4 Broken World rogue cultivators and told us that this was a secret. Even though we saw it, we could not tell anyone. Everyone's first thought was that our clan had actually allied with the Broken World rogue cultivators. Are you sure nothing will happen to us? But 418 is a trusted aide of 327, and 327 has a high status in the clan. It is very likely that he will become the next clan leader. So, this is probably the clan's secret, which is why we do not know anything. Just as 418 was about to bring his people to leave, we coincidentally bumped into a group of Western Wasteland cultivators. Perhaps in order to keep the secret, 418 ordered us to kill them. But I think he panicked a bit. This matter can be concealed, for instance, that the 4 of them were captured. Haha, there was a rumor in the clan that underneath 418's wild and arrogant appearance, he actually had a smart and vigilant heart. What nonsense! This fellow is clearly not as smart as me. 637. Since things had reached this point, there was no need to say anything else. In order to protect the clan's secret, we could only attack the Western Wasteland cultivators. The slaughter began. The several Broken World rogue cultivators that were being chased had stunned expressions. They clearly didn't know what was happening, but they soon regained their composure and turned to flee without hesitation. Fuck. The prey they were about to kill had actually run away. It was all because of these Western Wasteland trash. Brothers, attack. Don't let a single one of them escape. But the problem was that everyone had an undying body. Even if they killed these people, would the matter not be leaked? Or was it that the clan was just waiting for a time gap and weren't afraid of the Western Wasteland finding out? Forget about it. Let's kill these bastards first. After leaving their line of sight, Qin Yu put down Ling Xiao, Xianji, Ruan Jing, and Zhou Lei. He told them to hide well and not be discovered by others. They had to wait for news from him before acting. Without further delay, he turned and flew into the skies. Of course, he didn't forget to change into Saint Zhou-Yan's appearance. It was just that his face was pale and he had an incomparably weak appearance. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was already far away. Zhou Lei was the first to speak. I think that even if Mr. Ninth wasn't as strong as he is now and was even a bit weaker than me, I still wouldn't be his match. Although his words weren't clear, everyone instantly understood what he meant. Although the plan had been made after some discussion, after witnessing Qin Yu's acting skills, they finally understood what it meant to be the best actor. There were no flaws at all. Whether it was his tone, movements, bearing, or expression, everything perfectly matched the scene. Even the extras nearly believed him. Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "All right, since we've promised Mr. Ninth, we have to do it well. Let's find a place to hide and wait for his signal." "That's right, don't mess it up, or else we'll be in deep trouble." Xianji wrinkled his nose and revealed a fearful expression. It seemed like he was also frightened by Qin Yu's series of performances. Whoosh a whoosh, the 4 of them turned and left, quickly disappearing without a trace. Saint Zhou-Yan had returned. His face was pale and there was no trace of blood. Those who had left with him had all disappeared. Li Yizhou's expression changed slightly. "Saint, what happened?" Saint Zhou-Yan had a gloomy expression. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, this matter shouldn't be publicized. Please leave for now." The other 2 true sages' expressions changed slightly. It seemed like something big had happened. Li Yizhou took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. 3 sages, please follow me." He turned and landed on the fragment of the small dimension and entered Li Yizhou's residence. With a wave of his sleeves, the restriction array was activated. At the same time, after the 4 of them left, the other 2 western wilderness cultivators each found a reason to leave in a hurry. Dead, those who had left earlier were all dead. Did something really happen, or was the 6th Highness using this opportunity to get rid of them? Although they couldn't be sure, they had to be careful. Li Yizhou sat down and asked impatiently, Saint Zhou-Yen, what exactly happened? Chapter 1367. Although the 2 true sages did not speak, their gazes landed on him and revealed a serious look. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said in a low voice, Luckily I stopped your highness. Otherwise, you would have met with an accident. Seeing Li Yizhou's expression change again, he continued, Your highness wanted to capture 4 people. After seeing me chase after them, they fled and only stopped to fight with me when they were far away from the battlefield. Speaking up to here, Qin Yu paused for a moment. His face twitched slightly, and anger and fear appeared in his eyes. But I didn't expect that just as I was about to suppress these 4 people, a powerhouse from that clan would suddenly launch a sneak attack. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I fear my puppet body would have been shattered on the spot. That race. Li Yizhou frowned and said hesitantly, How would they dare to launch a sneak attack on Sage Zhou-Yen in such a situation? Qin Yu shook his head. I also could not think of a reason. It was only when the few West Wilderness cultivators that followed me actually cooperated with the expert from that race to attack me. The moment I was injured, I suddenly understood many things. What? They dared to launch a sneak attack on a sage? The 2 true sages had ugly expressions and their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Li Yizhou's eyes widened as he looked at Sage Zhou-Yen in front of him. Suddenly, he felt that his already chaotic mind had been poured into a ball of paste. Things had become even more chaotic. The expert from that race might have launched a sneak attack on Zhou-Yen to weaken the strength of West Wilderness in advance. However, how would the West Wilderness cultivators dare to attack a sage? Were they not afraid of death? Looking at Li Yizhou's expression, Qin Yu knew that this 6th Highness of West Wilderness had probably been confused by all the twists and turns. TSK, with such a brain, he actually dared to descend into the vast sun world. Even if I did not make a move, there were many old monsters that could toy with him until he collapsed. For example, my yard master and the old dragon from the East Sea. Neither of them were easy to deal with. However, mocking him was just mocking him. If Li Yizhou could not understand, he had to think of a way to help him. As the main character of this scene, he could not be absent. Therefore, Sage Zhou-Yen laughed bitterly and said, Your Highness, have you not realized it yet? His words were filled with disappointment and helplessness. His face was even more pained. Your Highness, don't forget that I was chasing after the rogue cultivators of the Broken Realms. How could it be such a coincidence that I was ambushed by the experts of that race? It's as if they were there all along, waiting for me to deliver myself to them. There's one more thing. Since you know that Broken World Sword cultivator, could it be that he doesn't know that he might be discovered? He clearly knew that he might be exposed, but he still appeared in front of you. Your Highness, think about it carefully. What kind of situation is this? Li Yizhou's expression changed. He gritted his teeth. The sage is saying that all of this is a conspiracy. Qin Yu fiercely clapped his hands, interrupting him. Without giving Li Yizhou any time to think, he continued to say, That's right, this is a plot. I suspect that all of this is the plan of that clan. These Broken World cultivators are originally with them. But the only thing I can't figure out is why the Western Wilderness cultivators would sneak up on me? Although they aren't close to your Highness and they likely represent the will of others, when it comes to the interests of my Western Wilderness, how could they dare to do such a thing? The words "not close to your Highness" suddenly awakened Li Yizhou. His body stiffened and he felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind, instantly tearing through the fog. In the current broken world of the Southwest Wilderness, The strength of the Western wilderness was in truth divided into two factions. One was him, and the other was naturally the Third Highness. He already knew that there were definitely people working for the Third Highness here. Could it be that the person that Li Yizhou took away was one of his people? If so, then there seemed to be an explanation for why these people sneak-attacked Saint Zhouyan. The Western Wilderness Third Highness, his third brother, had joined forces with that clan? Thinking of this, Li Yizhou felt a chill penetrate into the crown of his head. He shivered and his thoughts became incomparably clear. He thought back to when the previous desolate empress had interfered and he had obtained the qualifications to control the undying flame. The Third Highness had a gloomy expression. Then there was that sword cultivator that had suddenly appeared. He clearly wasn't too strong, but he was unable to kill him again and again, causing him to suffer heavy losses. And now, that sword cultivator had joined forces with that clan. It was obvious that they were working together. Then, it was that valiant and terrifying body cultivator who killed his puppet body and took away the undying flame. Then, the Third Highness obtained permission to descend into the broken world. Even though he had yet to show himself, the cultivators under him had sneak-attacked Saint Zhouyan, creating an opportunity for the experts of that clan. Step by step, the more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. At the same time, his heart grew colder. Perhaps he was really wrong. The desolate Empress had not interfered in this matter. All of this was caused by the Third Highness and that clan. They had even joined forces with the rogue cultivators of the broken world. Damn it, Li Siji deserved to be dismembered. For the sake of the throne, he did not hesitate to abandon the interests of the Western wilderness. However, he had selectively forgotten that in order to obtain a chance to turn the situation around, he had purposely leaked the news to that clan. That's not right. If everything was as he guessed, that clan had already known everything. Everything that Li Yizhou had done had already been calculated by them. Or perhaps, even if he did not do anything, that clan would have interfered. Originally, he thought that he had made a wise decision in a desperate situation. But now it seemed like a joke. That clan, the Western Wilderness Third Highness, the rogue cultivators of the broken world. The three of them had joined forces and each of them had their own gains. Obtaining the undying flames and defeating the Western Wilderness, there was no need to talk about the benefits of that clan. Perhaps they might even be able to obtain the item within the Mountain of Flames. Eliminating him, as long as the matter was done cleanly, Li Siji would still be the prince that His Majesty valued the most. Without him as a stumbling block, Li Siji would still have hope of inheriting the throne. As for the rogue cultivators, it was even simpler. Eliminating the Western Wilderness was equivalent to removing a huge mountain from their head. They might even be able to obtain some benefits and promises from that clan. All three parties had their own standpoints and motives. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of fear and shock. Li Yizhou finally reacted. Why did everything go so smoothly after he descended into the broken world? No matter what he did, he would only receive setbacks. So it was because he was facing such a dangerous situation. That clan, the Third Highness, and the rogue cultivators of the broken world joined forces. How could he not suffer setbacks? In fact, the fact that he was still alive now was already considered lucky. For instance, what Sage Zhouyan had said before was that he was lucky he had stopped him. Otherwise, his plot might have already come to an end. Qin Yu looked at Li Yizhou. At this time, Li Yizhou's complexion was extremely wonderful. There was shock and disbelief mixed in with anger and fear, as well as a bit of joy that came from surviving a calamity. He knew that his plan had succeeded by more than half, and he had successfully led Li Yizhou down the wrong path. As for what happened next, he didn't need to say anything. Li Yizhou would make his own judgment and fill in the gaps in his mind. It was clear that the Sixth Highness already had a clear judgment in his heart. Because this judgment was something he had deduced himself, he would definitely believe it without a doubt. It would be much more effective than Qin Yu explaining it to him. The two descended true saints were silent, their complexions solemn and complex. They weren't idiots. If Li Yizhou could think of something, then there was no reason that a dignified true saint couldn't. But they still found it hard to believe. The Third Highness was actually so daring to do such a thing. Wasn't he afraid that the news would leak and incur the wrath of the desolate emperor? However, the two true sages reacted very quickly. If Third Highness's plan was successful, he would definitely push all the blame onto Li Yizhou. Then, he would be the perfect scapegoat. With the cooperation of that race and the rogue cultivators from the broken world, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve this. At that time, even if they knew some inside information, would they choose to say it and offend the Third Highness? Even the desolate emperor might not be willing to hear these voices. After all, the son that he had high hopes for betraying the West Wilderness and harming his own brother in order to fight for the throne wasn't something to be proud of. As for the desolate emperor's bloodline, they were the head of the West Wilderness. As the head of the Great Wilderness, the lineage of one of the top clans in the Great Wilderness, he had to take into consideration things like faith. Previously, they thought that the fight between the princes and princesses of the desolate emperor was like a child playing house. It wasn't enough for a sage to intervene. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated them. The Third Highness' methods today were far more than just ruthless and sharp. Taking in a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. Because he had taken in too much breath, it took a long time for him to exhale. Li Yizhou gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Sage Zhou, I already know about the situation. What do you think I should do?" Not long ago, Li Yizhou thought that Zhou was his backbone. Now, he saw him as the only reliable support in this dangerous situation. Even though he didn't express it explicitly, it was already proven that Sage Zhou was sent to him by the previous desolate emperor. He was the most loyal helper. The two true saints had a subtle look in their eyes. From Li Yizhou's actions, they could feel the importance he placed on Zhou. The two of them had never thought that they would really stand by Li Yizhou's side and do their best for him. Naturally, they didn't expect to be friends with the Sixth Highness. But we were ordered to follow Li Yizhou to the broken world. How could the two of us behave like this? Furthermore, taking a step back, why would Sage Zhou choose to be together with Li Yizhou? Especially when the situation was already clear. From the corner of his eyes, one of the sages said, "Zhou, we haven't finished talking about what happened previously. After being ambushed, how did you escape?" The other person nodded. "I am also very curious. After all, if that race, the Third Highness and the rogue cultivators of the broken world really worked together, they definitely wouldn't show any mercy." Qin Yu gritted his teeth and revealed a look of embarrassment and helplessness. "I broke a life-saving treasure and used it to escape by faking my death. Are the two of you satisfied with this answer?" Speaking of, an actor's basic appearance. At this point, Qin Yu's expression and tone matched perfectly with his previous ambiguous narration. He was a proud true saint who had no choice but to escape by faking his death. He felt that he had lost all his face. Because it was real enough, the two true sages believed him directly. However, they were shocked that Sage Zhou was even willing to use a life-saving treasure to fake his death here. It seemed that he was determined to protect Li Yizhou. Previously, they weren't sure, but now it seemed that the previous desolate emperor must have made some promise to Sage Zhou. Otherwise, how could a true sage be willing to risk his life for someone else so easily? Li Yizhou was even more touched. Indeed, only Sage Zhou was truly one of his own. There was nothing more to say. As long as I can survive this calamity, I, Li Yizhou, will definitely not be ungrateful in the future when there's wine and meat to eat together. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Yizhou finally felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Sage, in your opinion, what should I do now?" He didn't even address himself as sage anymore. His attitude was extremely respectful. Qin Yu's nose felt a little itchy. He resisted the urge to touch it. He thought to himself, if you knew the truth, you would definitely open your mouth and eat me. Now that I've received your attitude, cough cough, I actually feel a little ashamed. TSK, I can't be unreasonable, people can't be unreasonable. Coughing lightly to calm himself down, Qin Yu said, now that the other party thinks that I'm dead, I will temporarily hide in the dark and go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. Your Highness, you can just pretend that you don't know anything. Li Yizhou nodded his head. Sage is right. I believe that the matter of you coming back alive will definitely not be leaked. When the other two sages saw his gaze, their expressions stiffened. They both snorted and cupped their hands. Your Highness, please rest assured on this point. Although they weren't prepared to be as stupid as Zhou Yan, they also wouldn't do something like snitching and get themselves in trouble. Chapter 1368. Although the two sides did not say much, the seed of distrust had already been planted at this moment. It was just a casual word. Li Yizhou's cooperation was very gratifying. Qin Yu lightly coughed and continued to say, in addition, there are those people that His Highness recruited. Your Highness can use my murder to launch an internal investigation and find an excuse to eliminate them. This is a bit risky, but keeping them by your side is like a bomb. There is no telling when a problem will occur. Li Yizhou hesitated for a moment. He clenched his teeth and nodded. The sage is right. These people cannot be left alive. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Two sages, I didn't mean to offend you before, but this matter is too important and I had to be cautious. I ask for the two sages' forgiveness for my inappropriate words. Since Imperial Grandfather allowed you to follow me to the broken world, he naturally trusts the two of you. I believe in Imperial Grandfather's vision, and I believe that the two of you will not disappoint him. These words were reasonable, neither servile nor overbearing. Not only did he express his attitude, he also gave the two true sages a warning. Don't forget, you were sent by the previous desolate emperor to follow me to the broken world. I can fail, but if your performance is too excessive, don't blame me for biting you a few times before I die. Don't think you will be comfortable either. TSK, if one were to say that Li Yizhou was stupid, his intelligence could not be underestimated. But if one were to say that he was smart in this situation, looking at Li Yizhou's respectful attitude, Qin Yu really couldn't say anything. The two sages' expressions changed. They took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, do not worry. If you make a decision, the two of us will cooperate. Li Yizhou cupped his hands together. Many thanks to the two sages. I will remember this. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Qin Yu. He stood up and said, There is no time to lose. Although I did some concealment, there were still several people who saw me. Your Highness should immediately control them so that the news won't leak out. As for why I didn't warn Your Highness, you will soon understand. For the next period of time, I will go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. Your Highness must be careful. Li Yizhou's eyes flickered slightly. This was indeed a suspicious point that he had already noticed. However, since Sage Zhou Yan had taken the initiative to mention it, there was naturally no problem. Feeling a little ashamed of his suspicions, he bowed and said, Take care, Sage. A moment later, chaos erupted in the small world fragment where the Dark World was located. Dozens of cultivators who had gathered together were surrounded. When the crime of conspiring against the Dark World was announced, internal fighting erupted. The people who were surrounded were shocked and angry. They thought that their previous guess was right. The sixth prince wanted to attack them and weaken the third prince's power. On the other side, Li Yizhou was seething with killing intent. If it was said that he still had some doubts about the deduced conclusion before, then now, he no longer had any doubts. Otherwise, why would these people gather together to resist the encirclement? It was obvious that they were prepared. It was no wonder that Sage Zhou Yan said that he would understand very soon. Clearly, He wanted him to witness this scene with his own eyes, so that he could strengthen his desire to eliminate these people. Humans were like this. As long as they fell into a fixed mindset or had preconceived notions, it was easy for them to become extreme and one-sided. These people gathered together because they saw that sage Zhou Yan had returned, but the brothers who followed him were nowhere to be found. Of course, they had to gather together to discuss. As for resisting, it was even simpler. Others wanted to kill them. If they did not resist, were they supposed to obediently stick out their heads and wait to be slaughtered? At this moment, the Western wilderness cultivators who were being surrounded were filled with anger and confusion. The sixth prince had already acted, but the third prince was still nowhere to be found. His signal was not even the slightest bit of response. At this critical moment, was it really good for him to run around like this? As the internal fighting erupted in Western wilderness, on the opposite small world fragment, 327 was leading people to watch from afar. His brows were furrowed and his face was dark. If this was a different scene, he would not even blink even if the people of Western wilderness collectively slit their own throats to commit suicide, much less internal fighting. He would only feel that there were too few deaths. But now, they were working together to kill the rogue cultivators of the Broken Realm and protect the secret of the Mountain of Flames. If something happened to Western wilderness, what if someone escaped? They were recruited by Western wilderness, but once the matter of the Mountain of Flames spread, he would have to take the blame and bear the pressure from his tribe. Thinking of this, 327 said in a low voice, "Go, warn the people of Western wilderness not to have internal fighting at this time." He did not need to think to guess the reason for this scene. It must be that the third and sixth princes of Western wilderness had some dirty thoughts. They must have killed their subordinates before they arrived. After so many years, the people of Western wilderness did not improve. Back then, when the previous emperor of Western wilderness abdicated, there was an endless storm. It could be said that heads were rolling and blood flowed like a river. Now, the younger generation also continued this tradition. With this kind of bloodline, they actually became one of the royal families of Great Wilderness and controlled the huge Western wilderness. Haha, what a joke! If not for the accident that happened back then, which caused my tribe to not be able to successfully inherit the throne, with this kind of standard, maybe Western wilderness would have already ceased to exist. Yes. The person behind him received the order and flew towards the small world fragment. Very soon, this person flew back. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with anger. He said indignantly, "Sir 327, Western Wilderness's sixth prince is too arrogant. He told us to mind our own business and not interfere with Western Wilderness's internal affairs. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite." Bastard! 327 cursed. These Western Wilderness bastards. Wait until my tribe obtains the key to the broken world and rebuild the Southwest Wilderness. I will definitely let you know what pain is. Taking a deep breath, 327 suppressed his anger. Don't care about them. Let them do whatever they want. Pass down the order to get rid of the rogue cultivators of the broken world. Don't let any of them go. While 327 was giving the order furiously, on the small world fragment, Li Ijo was also laughing coldly. Seeing that I acted against the third prince's subordinates, you can't help but want to interfere? Unless we fall out with each other now, I will not give you any face at all. That tribe, you joined hands to plot against me. Do you think that I have no power to resist? I have the help of the previous emperor of Western Wilderness and the support of sage Zhou Yan. I have long seen through your tricks. What you think I don't know, I actually already know. This is called strategic advantage. So, it is still uncertain who will win and who will lose in the end. Do not let me make a comeback. Otherwise the grudges between us will be too great. I will definitely slowly settle accounts with you in the future. Qin Yu took in all of this. Now, he had changed his appearance. He was a strange dark world cultivator, looking at the two small world fragments from afar. Now, the situation had opened up. But, he needed to be even more cautious in order to put on a good show. From the very start, Qin Yu had chosen to become a dark world cultivator. It wasn't that he couldn't change into someone from the mysterious tribe, but that he instinctively rejected it. This was a loathing that came from the depths of his heart. But now, it was time to move against them. He couldn't keep hammering down the western wilderness. Both sides had to be evenly matched in strength. Only then would it be lively enough. Moreover, both sides had to grit their teeth and view each other as great enemies. Only like this would it be even more intense. Qin Yu turned and walked away. His figure flew far away, soon vanishing from sight. At this moment, no one noticed that some minor character had left. But from this moment onwards, the song of praise for the burial world's Zero Land and the Little King continent would be sung. The two vast young loose cultivators hurriedly fled, panic on their faces and anger in their eyes. Crazy, the dark world and the mysterious tribe had gone crazy. They had actually attacked and wanted to kill all of them. Were they not afraid that their actions would anger the ruler and cause his wrath to burn them all down? But the facts were right in front of them. Thinking about these things was meaningless. Behind them, the three mysterious tribe cultivators all had icy cold killing intent on their faces. Their eyes were sharp. You can't escape. Prepare to die. The broken world was the territory of their tribe. This was a belief that the cultivators of that tribe had always believed in. Everyone believed this without a doubt. But now, the broken world loose cultivators had intruded. This might threaten the fundamental interests of their tribe, so they couldn't be forgiven. It was because of this that when the 3, 2, and 7 issued the kill order, not only did they not oppose it, but they attacked with all their strength. They were willing to pay the price to kill the broken world loose cultivators. The secret of Blaze Mountain could not be leaked out. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The dark aura around him was rich, releasing a powerful, oppressive aura. This was someone from the western wilderness, and he was very strong. The expressions of the 3 cultivators from that tribe changed slightly. They stopped in their tracks. The 2 vast young loose cultivators in front of them were filled with despair. The mysterious tribe was chasing them from behind, and the dark world expert was blocking the way. How could the 2 of them survive? Run in different directions. Go. The 2 vast young loose cultivators ran in different directions. This was their only chance. If they were lucky, they might be able to survive. But very quickly, the 2 vast young loose cultivators who were running in different directions revealed expressions of joy. Then, they revealed expressions of confusion. This was because the dark world expert blocking the way did not stop them. He walked towards the 3 cultivators from the mysterious tribe, not caring about the 2 that were running away. It was natural for them to be confused, but it only existed for a moment. Right now, they didn't even have time to run for their lives. Run, run, run. The 2 retracted their gazes and ran into the distance. The 3 cultivators from that tribe were filled with shock and anger. They had spent so much energy chasing them. They were just about to catch up, but they had been let go just like that. Sir from the western wilderness, what is the meaning of this? Don't forget, the order to kill the broken world loose cultivators was made by both sides. I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups and demand an explanation from the western wilderness. He waved his hand. Chase after them. We cannot let them go. The 3 turned to leave. But at this time their expressions changed. What are you doing? Across from them, the dark world cultivator had already made his move. He lifted his hand and pressed down. Pitch-black flames instantly descended, submerging the 3. Flame of eternal night. Angry screams came from within the flames. The western wilderness intends to harm my tribe. Rush out and report this to 327. The person who could easily control the flame of eternal night was naturally Qin Yu. Since he had acted, he would not give these people any chance to escape. Thus, within the flame of eternal night, the mournful screams became weak. Instead, they were filled with hatred and anger. We won't really die. This matter will definitely be exposed. Your western wilderness will pay the price for this. Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand and grasped forwards. The flame of eternal night wildly twisted. The screams became filled with terror. No, this is impossible. How could you? The screams came to an abrupt end, filled with endless fear and disbelief. With a flick of his sleeves, the flame of eternal night was taken back. Then, Qin Yu turned and left. As he silently hurried along, the stone pagoda's voice suddenly sounded out. Master, did you already know that you could fatally wound the cultivators of the mysterious race? Qin Yu said, I killed 2 of them before. Didn't you hear what they said before they died? Stone Pagoda shook his head. Master, you are not telling the truth. Qin Yu said, in truth, I am not sure what is going on either. But that doesn't matter. As long as the effects are in place, then it is fine. Stone Pagoda hesitated. Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows. What do you know now? Stone Pagoda said, too much time has passed and my memories are a bit fuzzy. So, from the moment Master killed those 2 people from the mysterious race until now, I have been carefully recalling everything and I have finally found something that might be useful. Just speak. A long time ago, there was a rumor that the only one who could kill the members of the mysterious race was themselves. Qin Yu paused for a moment. But it was only for a moment before he continued forward. You are saying that I am related to them? The word relationship was broad and profound. It could extend to all sorts of different meanings. What he was saying now was one of those meanings. The stone pagoda certainly understood. It subconsciously shrunk back, its neck that didn't exist to begin with. It dryly laughed and said, it is only a rumor, and it really has been a long time. I almost forgot about it. Perhaps it doesn't count, or perhaps there are other circumstances. How could someone like Master possibly be related to the mysterious race? That is absolutely impossible. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Since you know, then there is no need to speak any more useless nonsense. Let's go. There are still many people we need to kill. Chapter 1369. When the 3rd prince received the message from his subordinate, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He cursed the 6th prince in his heart. How dare you touch my people? I will not let you off. As for why there was no response even after receiving the message, the reason was very simple. It was because the treasure used to receive information from the world Zeroth was currently being played with by that woman. She was currently looking at Li Siji with interest. Let me explain here, the Zeroth world was sealed from the inside out, it was very hard to directly transmit information, it required a special treasure to do so. Western Wasteland's 3rd Royal Highness, I never expected that you actually had such an esteemed identity. In that case, wouldn't the way I'm treating you right now cause a lot of trouble? As she spoke, the woman frowned. She seemed to be in a dilemma as she muttered to herself, but I've always been afraid of trouble. Li Siji's heart almost stopped beating. Sis, what do you mean by this? Sis, don't joke around, it's true. Don't think that my body is strong, but in fact, my mind is extremely fragile. I can't take any blows at all. With a dry cough, he squeezed out a smile. No, absolutely not. It's my greatest honor to know such a beautiful woman like you. I can't even wait to feel gratified. How could I dare to feel the slightest bit dissatisfied? The woman glanced at him. You use the word dare very well, but it doesn't matter. Even if there's trouble, it'll be in the future. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Putting away the communication treasure, the woman said, lead the way. I have only heard of the world Zeroth land in the past, so I borrowed your light to go in and have a look. Maybe there will be other harvests. In any case, it is very boring now, and I have nothing better to do. You want to go to the world Zeroth land? No problem, no problem. Lisiji nodded continuously, his eyes bursting with brilliance. He didn't dare to speak about other places in the broken world, but the World Zeroes was definitely Western Wasteland's home ground. As long as he could enter it, would he still have a chance to escape? The woman suddenly said, "If I tell you now that I was just joking and that I am not going to World Zeroth Land, would you be disappointed?" Lisiji smiled bitterly. "Whether you go or not, it's your choice. I have no opinion on it." However, in his heart, he was already cursing loudly. "You damned bitch, you better not fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, this prince will definitely let you know what regret is." Pa, with a crisp sound, Lisiji was sent flying and a red fingerprint appeared on his face. The faces of the 5 true sages changed. However, after taking a step forward, they stopped abruptly. This was because after being slapped away, Lisiji was caught again. Although the 5 fair and delicate fingers that were placed on his neck looked extremely good, the true sages were even more clear about the power that these beautiful hands could unleash. This was because the 2 true sages who were killed on the spot previously were killed by this pair of jade-like hands. The woman's expression was calm. "One day in the future, I might become someone else's wife, but I definitely won't be yours. So don't have such thoughts again, or I'll make you suffer." Lisiji exerted some force on his fingers. His face was flushed and he nodded vigorously. Bang! He was thrown to the ground and the woman got up. "Let's go." "Yes." Lisiji got up and patted off the dirt on his body. He turned around and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me." He acted as if nothing had happened. However, there were still 5 bright red fingerprints on his face. The dignified Third Highness of the Western Wilderness was highly regarded by His Majesty. It could be said that he was under only one person and above billions of people. Yet, after being humiliated like this, he could still act as if nothing had happened, putting aside everything else. Just this point alone showed that he had a good temperament. Of course, the 5 true sages knew that the Third Highness was truly enraged. As the saying goes, greeting people with a smiling face but with a murderous intent, it was probably referring to this scene. Qin Yu was killing people. Or more accurately, he was deliberately hunting down the cultivators of that tribe. This person who controlled the flame of eternal night was a powerhouse of the underworld. His actions were very successful. This was because before they died, the cultivators of that tribe were roaring for the Western Wilderness to pay the price. This was a part of Qin Yu's plan. While he was recovering, he would kill the cultivators of that tribe to weaken their strength and create hatred. But as the killing continued, Qin Yu soon discovered that he was a little addicted. That's right, he was addicted to killing people. He had said many times before that Qin Yu did not mind or fear killing people. However, he did not like to be a person whose hands were stained with blood. However, a change had occurred when he faced that clan today. Every time he killed a person, he would involuntarily feel a sense of joy and enjoyment, and his spirit would become extremely excited. He had a feeling of venting to his heart's content, and it was as if the feelings that had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart had been completely released at this moment. Kill, kill, kill. They all deserved to die. These people all deserved to die. In this state, Qin Yu was naturally dangerous and ruthless. Thus, the direct result was that the tribe suffered heavy casualties. They really suffered heavy casualties. After being killed, they could not be revived with the help of the tribe's secret treasure. These people all needed to enter the spring of rebirth and undergo a long period of recovery before they could be revived. But as mentioned before, when they came back to life, they would still be them, but at the same time, they would no longer be them. For that tribe, this was death. After 2 of the tribe members died, they still hadn't found any clues. Before they could lock onto the murderer, the other party attacked again. And this time, it wasn't just 2 people that were injured. The number rapidly increased in a short period of time. The other party seemed to have gone mad and began to slaughter without restraint. Moreover, His actions were extremely cruel and savage. Every tribe member that died under his hands was sent into the spring of rebirth without exception. The high priest was enraged. He requested powerhouses to descend from the tribe and capture the murderer no matter the cost. The patriarch agreed. He could send powerhouses to Boundary Zero, but they needed time to prepare. Before this, he could only send out an order to Boundary Zero, requesting that all the tribe members retreat and gather together to avoid further casualties. It wasn't just because they didn't want to bear more casualties. Another important reason was that the capacity of the Spring of Rebirth wasn't infinite. If the number of people killed continued to increase, it would soon surpass its limit. At that time, the entire tribe would have to withstand the terrifying suction force from the Spring of Rebirth. This sort of feeling had appeared many years ago. As long as they had memories of it, they would never want to experience it a second time. Is this the rumor that our tribe will face a turbulence? The patriarch slowly spoke from the main seat of the hall. His eyes lit up. Perhaps the high priest's actions have left behind hidden dangers. But as the patriarch, I will do my best to protect our tribe. No matter who you are, I will find you, kill you, and completely erase everything. The order had been passed down. The tribe that was originally crazily chasing after the wandering cultivators were now desperately running back. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. This was definitely the first time. As the most powerful faction in Boundary Zero, they were being hunted down by others. It was said that the tribe had suffered heavy casualties. Many people had been sent into the Spring of Rebirth, and could only wake up after a long period of time. But entering the Spring of Rebirth was something that none of them wanted to face. Damn it, just who was the one who did this? Our tribe is an anomaly in the desolate world. We have long surpassed the norm. Besides those of the same bloodline, who else could do this? Could it be that the one who did this today was someone of our tribe's bloodline? No, that's impossible. The number of people in our tribe has been determined by the heavens and earth. It cannot be more or less. Unless the fate of our tribe collapses, there will be no change. Find the culprit. We must find the culprit. If we can't get rid of this person and find out the root of this matter, our tribe will never have a day of peace. In the fragment of the small world, 327's face was ashen, because the anger in his chest was burning and his fingers were trembling. Who was it? Who was it that massacred our tribe and caused endless slaughter? For many years, that tribe had never suffered such a huge loss. Plus, in the broken world, he was the leader. The tribe order did not express any dissatisfaction with him. It only ordered them to recall their tribe members and wait for the experts of the tribe to descend to the broken world. However, this matter happened when he was in power, so no one would care about it. This matter had nothing to do with him. In other words, 327 would lose a lot of points. His support in the tribe would also decrease. 418 said in a low voice, 327, you must maintain your calm. What we can do now is to gather back our tribe members as soon as possible. We must not give the culprit any more chances to take advantage of us and do our best to avoid more casualties. Once the experts of the tribe descend, they will naturally have a way to find this person. At that time, we can think of a way to make up for our mistakes. With a deep breath, 327 nodded. I will find him. I will definitely find him. Master, you must stop. If you don't act now, then the plan we spent so much effort preparing will be for naught. The stone pagoda loudly roared. But he had done similar things many times already. Yet, he still couldn't wake Qin Yu up, because at this moment, he seemed to have fallen into a demonic trance. Within his blood-red eyes, there was only an icy cold killing intent that tumbled about. At the start, as he watched Qin Yu wantonly slaughter the cultivators of that tribe, the stone pagoda also enjoyed it. In fact, the joy he felt wasn't any less than Qin Yu's. Thus, he chose to acquiesce. When Qin Yu attacked, he even took the initiative to help him. At the same time, the cultivators of that tribe died more cleanly and cleanly. Of course, they would also suffer more pain. But now, the situation had changed. The cultivators of that tribe were rapidly retreating. They seemed to have sensed something, and there were fewer and fewer of their clansmen left outside. They had to stop the slaughter, otherwise the plan couldn't continue. Although all of this wasn't in vain, it wouldn't be able to achieve their original goal of killing people. In addition, after seeing Li Ijo summon the Eye of Eternal Night, the Stone Pagoda was worried that if Qin Yu continued, he would soon suffer a backlash from that tribe. Master, wake up! Hurry and wake up! Qin Yu's eyes were blood red and his face was filled with cruelty and madness. He raised his head and took a deep breath, as if he could smell something in the air. His lips curved up in a diabolical grin. I've found you! Schwar, he stepped forwards. His speed was terrifyingly fast as he vanished without a trace. A moment later, he reappeared. His figure fell down from the skies like a great stone, blocking the path of two cultivators of that tribe. He lifted a hand and punched out, Die! Run! Hurry and run! The two cultivators of that tribe turned and fled. They had already received the message and knew that their enemy was formidable and unrivaled. But even if they wanted to escape, they didn't have enough time. The terrifying fluctuations of strength behind them swept towards them like raging waves. Bang! With a loud explosion, the relatively unlucky one was sent flying backwards. His body was like a ripe persimmon as it exploded in midair. His flesh and blood splashed out in all directions. But in the next moment it howled as it gathered together. But just as it gathered together, it exploded again. Then, it gathered again and exploded again. This process repeated 4 times before it ended. The remaining blood that was less than a third the size of a human head was wrapped up by an invisible strength and vanished into the void. Demon, you demon! The surviving cultivator was scared silly by the scene in front of him. He lifted a hand and slapped it between his eyebrows. He would rather kill himself than fall into Qin Yu's hands. Bang! A terrifying strength instantly arrived, imprisoning him within. Qin Yu's eyes were blood red, and he diabolically grinned as he walked forward. Even if I die, I will personally kill you. Chapter 1370. The Stone Pagoda sighed inwardly. It really didn't want to do this, because it might expose something it had been hiding all this time. But these two people in front of it were likely to be the last members of that clan they would encounter. If they were killed by Qin Yu, then their plan would be ruined. The Stone Pagoda took a deep breath and began to mobilize the strength that had been sealed away for countless years. A trace of disgust and pain drilled out from the depths of its heart. But along with it was an indescribable sense of anticipation and excitement. Pain. The pain reached the extreme, as if it were tearing apart his marrow and spreading out from his soul. Then, there was an icy cold, an extremely cold aura superimposed with the pain, instantly restoring Qin Yu's consciousness. The blood-red color in his eyes began to fade at a visible speed. The Stone Pagoda's calm voice echoed out. Master, in order to awaken you, I could only resort to such a method. I ask that you forgive me for any offense. It was just that beneath this calmness, there seemed to be many other things hidden, as if it were deliberate. Qin Yu recovered his consciousness, and the memories that were previously blocked appeared in his mind. He took a deep breath and said, You did well. In his mind, he constantly replayed that intense pain in his soul as well as that ice-cold strength that spread out. This Stone Pagoda fellow really was hiding something. That feeling just now wasn't good. Even now, Qin Yu felt his hairs stand on end. To put it simply, it was like a sharp straw ruthlessly piercing in and releasing a venom-like cold. After imprisoning the prey, what followed was naturally sucking it up. Qin Yu let out a deep breath and forcefully suppressed this scalp-tingling thought. Then, he looked at the cultivator in front of him, who had a look of fear and despair on his face. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, my clan will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. Perhaps it was because fear and anger wove together, causing his emotions to fluctuate too intensely, but his voice was sharp and shrill, almost breaking. But it was because of this that the hatred in this cultivator's heart was completely revealed. A cruel killing intent gushed out from the depths of his heart. The blood-red color in his eyes that had just faded showed signs of reawakening. Qin Yu clenched his fist. He could only constantly tell himself that the reason he was sparing his dog life now was so that he could cause greater harm to that clan in the future. Only like this could he barely suppress the terrifying killing intent that invaded his mind. But while he could avoid death, he couldn't be punished. He could consider this as collecting a bit of interest. Since you've put it that way, then I'll have no choice but to tear you into pieces and grind your bones into ashes as repayment. With a sneer, Qin Yu lifted a hand and thrust forward. The formidable strength that imprisoned that cultivator began to violently shake. His body twisted and his hands and feet twisted at strange angles. Then, with loud cracking sounds of bones breaking, he was forcefully crushed to pieces by that formidable strength. Ah! You devil! Devil! My clan won't let you go. We definitely won't let you go. That clan member cursed loudly. Qin Yu's face was twisted with madness. Are you going to call me a devil? But in reality, this is just the beginning. Very soon, I will let you truly experience the meaning of fear and despair. His bones were cracking and his flesh was torn to shreds. Fresh blood gushed out from his wounds, and large amounts of it dripped onto the ground. Kill me! Kill me! His curses had already become weak, and there was a pleading tone in his voice. Qin Yu reared his head back and laughed, as if he had gone mad. Beg me? Ah! Good, then I'll give you a quick death and end your pain. He lifted a hand and pitch-black flames appeared, releasing an icy chill and annihilation. In these flames, you can howl in anguish and perish. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. With a dull bang, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, he was sent flying backwards. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His voice was filled with anger. Who is it? He reached out a hand and the pitch-black flames instantly flew back to him. Then, he turned and fled without hesitation, vanishing without a trace. After the flames vanished, all that was left was a mass of broken bones and flesh. Because it had been burned by the flames, its surface was charred black. The flame of eternal night. A weak and resentful voice echoed out. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces. Blood gushed out and instantly condensed into a mass that vanished into the void. At the same time, Qin Yu, who had just fled, calmly stood there. He looked at the place where that cultivator had fled, his eyes cold and indifferent. Here, I have to mention it again, the basic cultivation of an actor. From the moment he regained consciousness to the moment he attacked, whether it was torturing that cultivator, his expression and words, or even his final escape after suffering a blow, it was all because of Qin Yu's exquisite skill. His acting skills. Of course, with the boiling killing intent in his heart, many of them could be considered his true colors. That was why they were even more brilliant and flawless. At this point, the second step could be considered complete. Next, they just had to wait for the Western Wilderness and that clan to react. It was also time for Ling Xiao and the other three to make their appearance. Qin Yu turned and walked away. He needed to make the following preparations. This time, he wanted the Great King and Little King to thoroughly engage in a battle of life and death. The murderer had been found. A certain clansman returned with serious injuries. Although his consciousness only lasted for a moment before he fell into a deep slumber, waiting to awaken, this was more than enough time to tell him who had done all of this. Western Wilderness. It was the West Baron. This was because the murderer had summoned the Flame of Eternal Night before he killed the man, and the Flame of Eternal Night was the strongest trump card of the Dark World. Naturally, it was in the hands of Shi Huang. It was a very clear chain of clues, there was no need to doubt it at all. The entire clan was furious. Many people finally reacted. In truth, they should have thought of this long ago. In the broken world, besides the Western wilderness, who else could possibly harm them? Damn it, just how did the Western wilderness do this? No one knew the specifics, but there was no doubt that they must have planned this for a long time. After countless preparations and countless attempts, they finally found a method to severely wound them. And as the Western wilderness that had always been fighting with the other clansmen to seize the right to rule the broken world of the southwest desolate region, they clearly had the motive and stance to view the other clan as their mortal enemy. In addition, another thought raced through everyone's minds. The information that the Western wilderness had lost the eternal flame was sent back by a scout. Could this be a trap in itself? In other words, the eternal flame was still in the hands of the Western wilderness. Their goal was to lure the other clansmen into attacking them and then have them fall into a trap they had prepared. As for why the Western wilderness did this, it was because they wanted to drive the other clansmen away from the world Zeroth to create an opportunity for them to obtain something from the blazing mountain. Otherwise, it would be hard for the other clansmen to believe that the Western wilderness would dare to reveal their trump card and kill them even after they had lost the eternal flame. Previously, this was also the reason why they did not think of the Western wilderness. But now, it seemed like they had been fooled by the Western wilderness from the very beginning. Not only were they fooled, but if this clansman did not return with his consciousness intact, they would still be in the dark. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. West Wilderness, they had to pay the price for what they had done. The clan leader ordered for the clan to speed up the preparations and send the strongest experts to the world Zeroth. Didn't the Western wilderness want to kill? Did they really think that the Western wilderness did not develop any methods to deal with the dark puppet body? Today, every clansman of the Western wilderness that was killed will be paid in blood. Li Xiang came back alive. He was severely injured. Half of his body was broken, and he managed to escape with his last breath. "Your Highness, I want to see your Highness." Facing such a heavily injured person who was screaming for his Highness, it was obvious that something big must have happened. In addition, not long ago, the Sixth Highness used cruel methods to deal with a group of cultivators. Now everyone feared him. Without any delay, Li Xiang was carried in front of Li Yizhou. One of his eyes was blind and the other was filled with blood. He slapped the ground with both hands. "Where is your Highness? Where is your Highness?" He couldn't see her at all. Li Yizhou's expression changed. He ignored the blood stains and grabbed his hand. "I am Li Yizhou. No matter who hurt you, I swear I will take revenge for you." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this was called having a high EQ. Just one action and one sentence was enough to increase his favorability. It seemed that the Sixth Highness didn't go too far in dealing with those people. After all, they were the Third Highness people, and they had ill intentions. Li Xiang shed tears of blood. At this moment, he felt that with these words, everything he had suffered was worth it. "Your Highness, listen to me. That clan has joined forces with the rogue cultivators. I saw this with my own eyes. This is why we are being chased by them. Moreover, that clan has mastered a method to harm the main body through the puppet body. You must be careful." After speaking, as if he had exhausted his last breath, Li Xiang, who loved freedom, fell to the ground and died. His corpse didn't shatter into dark strength and vanish. Rather, it was left in front of everyone like a normal corpse. The complexions of everyone in the Western wasteland changed. There was only one explanation for this. Li Xiang's main body had died. He had used his own death to prove what he said before. That clan had indeed mastered a method to harm their main body. In other words, the previous statement about that clan joining forces with the Broken Realm rogue cultivators was likely true. If this was true, then wouldn't the Western Wasteland cultivators that were sent out to hunt down the Broken Realm rogue cultivators be like sheep walking into a tiger's den? Shwa, many eyes gathered on him. Li Yizhou's complexion paled. He clenched his teeth. Of course, most of this was a deliberate act because he already knew of this matter. The fact that Li Xiang came back alive was just another solid hammer, making this matter more and more certain. There was no longer any doubt. Pass down my orders. Immediately recall all Western wasteland cultivators and prepare for war. As for why he didn't recall them when he first learned of this matter, it was because he didn't want to expose that he already knew of this matter. He wanted to buy time for himself to prepare. But now, a message had arrived in the Western wasteland. He was confident that he could persuade the previous desolate sovereign, and soon, Western wasteland powerhouses would descend. At that time, he would be the one who saw through that clan's plot and severely wounded them. This would be enough to make up for his previous mistakes, and he might even be able to obtain the recognition of the entire Western wasteland. The current Li Yizhou was no longer afraid of falling out with them. If that clan wanted to openly attack them, then so be it. He could also fight for himself. He would lead the Western wasteland cultivators into a bloody battle and never retreat in the face of death. Compared to the Third Highness who was hiding somewhere and playing tricks, the difference was like the heavens and the earth. In fact, if the Western wasteland powerhouses could inadvertently learn that his Third Highness had joined forces with that clan and the Broken Realm rogue cultivators, then everything would be perfect. So come, I've already made my preparations. The Third Highness finally entered the world Zeroth land. As for the key, he had killed the 2 true divine puppets previously, so it was more than enough to give one to that woman. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the Third Highness silently summoned. However, the scene of an arrow piercing through the clouds and thousands of horses arriving did not happen. The entire world Zeroth land was silent. Other than some beasts, there was not a single person. Where are they? Where did they all die to? The 5 true divines frowned slightly and their eyes were solemn. At this moment they also felt that something was amiss. Peach Girl's second clone. Alright, this name was very troublesome. Moreover, he couldn't always call her woman or woman. She had given herself a name a long time ago. She was called Yao Tao. Alright, to be honest, it wasn't really the name that Yao Tao gave herself. It was just that she felt that this was her name. Occasionally, some fragmented images would appear in her mind. The people inside all called her that. However, it wasn't important how the name came about. All they knew was that she was called Yao Tao. At this moment, she was looking at the world Zeroth land in front of her. So this is the world Zeroth land. Interesting, indeed interesting. Many years ago, it seemed that a very powerful person had fallen here. Li Siji suppressed the gloominess in his heart and quickly said, Miss Yao Tao is indeed very sensitive. What you said is correct. The reason why the world Zeroth land was formed was because of the fall of the ruler. Yao Tao's lips curled up. Ruler. It seems that I made the right choice to come here. If I'm lucky, I might be able to obtain a great harvest. At this moment, her face changed slightly. She raised her head and looked up. Dong, a low and loud sound rang out. It gave people the feeling that a boulder had fallen from the top of a mountain. After a series of accelerated rolls, it heavily smashed into an incomparably large leather drum. The heavy and dull sound was mixed with violent tremors as it spread outwards at a terrifying speed. The next moment, the sky collapsed. Or, it was more accurate to say that the interior of the world Zeroth land was already broken. The sky that was filled with chaotic spatial flows was forcefully broken apart by the powerful strength that descended from the outside. A figure descended from within. A boundless and powerful aura instantly erupted, causing the internal rules of the world Zeroth land to shatter. A terrifying collision occurred. As a result, a series of loud explosions rang out around him. The space around him constantly shattered and exploded, but he was still isolated by a ring, unable to approach. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing the area around this person, isolating him from all damage. Li Siji's complexion changed. He cried out in alarm, "That clan!" His face was pale and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. This was because this person was very strong, strong to the point that it surpassed his imagination. This person was a half-step emperor. Chapter 1371. The 9 regions of the Great Desolation were divided into 5 upper and 4 lower regions. The 9 sovereigns ruled the world together, making it the peak of the Great Desolation region. Below the 9 emperors were the rulers of the Great Wilderness. They were either independent or attached to the 9 regions. All of them were below 1 person and above billions. Some of the best among them had heaven-defying fortuitous encounters, some had powerful bloodlines and extraordinary talents, and their strength far surpassed those of the same realm. Those whose strength was recognized by De Huang were half-step emperors. There was a rumor in the great wastelands that half-emperors were the pinnacle existences in the world. If one was able to rule over 1 billion territories and obtain the blessing of the great wastelands, then one would be able to soar to become the 10th emperor of the wastelands. Even though the rumors had always been rumors, and the 10th emperor had yet to be born in the Great Desolation after the passage of countless years, it was enough to show how powerful a half-emperor was. It could be said that they were second only to the 9 emperors of the deserted world, existences that surpassed sovereigns. Something big had happened. Li Siji was drenched in cold sweat. There was no longer a need to think about this. If a half-emperor-ranked existence were to forcefully enter the broken world, they would have to pay a huge price. This was something that Shi Huang had done before. As the son that His Majesty valued the most, he naturally knew about it. That clan didn't hesitate to pay a price to forcefully descend into the half-sovereign realm. Even an idiot would know that some sort of huge change must have occurred. What the hell happened? The letter only said that Old Six had made a move on his people, nothing else. A bunch of bastards, such an important matter, yet they didn't know anything at all. They should be torn into pieces. While Li Siji was shocked and furious, the quasi-monarch realm expert that had descended to the Zeroth world looked at Yi Xing. In the next moment, a ball of cold light suddenly burst out from the depths of his eyes. Die! With a roar, he raised his hand and pressed it down without any hesitation. When a half-emperor stage expert made his move, even though he had crossed worlds and forcefully barged into the broken world, his cultivation realm would definitely be restricted and he would not be able to use his full power. However, even though he only had 30 to 40% of his power left, his strength was still extremely terrifying. At this moment, he raised his hand and pressed down. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook and roared. The roar was like the collapse of a vast ocean, and the waves engulfed the heavens and earth. The expressions of the 5 sages changed. Without any hesitation, they screamed and attacked at the same time. Boundless darkness burst forth in an instant. At the same time, the projection of the 5 heavenly great Daos quickly appeared from the darkness. The power of a true divine erupted without reservation. The interior of the Zeroth world was close to the true divine forbidden zone. Rashly summoning the great Tao to descend would definitely cause severe injuries to oneself. However, at this moment, the 5 true sages of the West Wilderness couldn't care less about this. If they tried to preserve their strength in the face of a half-emperor, they would be courting death. The darkness was smashed into pieces and the 5 shadows of the great path collapsed at the same time. The 5 true sages of the West Wilderness spat out a mouthful of blood. Kacha! Kacha! Cracks appeared on the surface of their bodies. Your Highness, run! One of the true divines roared as his face was filled with shock. When the 5 of them worked together, they faced a half-martial monarch, whose strength was greatly reduced, and whose puppet body nearly shattered with one strike. His strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. At most, they could block one more attack from him. The half-emperor's voice was icy cold. Flee? None of you will be able to escape today. Li Siji screamed. I am the 3rd prince of the Western Wilderness, the son of the current desolate emperor. May I ask why the half-emperor is so angry? Even if I die, I want to die with an understanding. That half-emperor's voice became even colder. You still want to put on an act at this time? Do you really think that my race is easy to bully? Do you really think that we don't dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Western wasteland? Today, I have descended to the broken world to turn the Western wilderness into a river of blood. With a punch, a terrifying force shook the heavens and earth. The 5 true sages of the Western wilderness roared in pain as their bodies collapsed at the same time. Their great daos had already been heavily injured by the half-emperor's might. Even if they didn't die, they would need a long time to recover bit by bit. This was the might of a half-emperor. Against 5 true sages who had summoned their great daos, it could easily suppress them. Moreover, it was in an incomplete state. Li Siji's guts were about to explode. That half-emperor had killed the puppet bodies of 5 true sages. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a prince like him. Now that he was not a true sage, it was possible that he would die after being killed by that half-emperor. After entering the world Zeroth, he thought that he would have more chances to escape. But why did things suddenly reach this stage? That half-emperor descended and killed without saying a word. He didn't care about the Western wilderness at all and didn't give any explanation. However, from the half-emperor's words, it seemed like that half-emperor had suffered a loss before. That was why they didn't hesitate to descend to take revenge. Damn you, 6th brother, what have you done, you bastard? You actually enraged that half-emperor and made such a move that is the same as breaking off all relations with my Western wilderness. Bang! A terrifying strength instantly arrived, completely covering Li Siji. He instantly lost all ability to think. He could only subconsciously widen his eyes. At this moment, in his perception, it was like the sky had collapsed. Yao Tao frowned. Her eyes were incomparably bright. When that half-emperor arrived, her eyes had already locked onto him. Before, she had said that she was a person who was afraid of trouble. She wasn't lying about this. But today's situation was that even though she didn't provoke trouble, trouble had come looking for her on its own. After imprisoning Li Siji's soul, she could sense everything and control him in the palm of her hand. She didn't need to worry about a backlash, but she still needed to pay a small price. For instance, if Li Siji was really killed by that half-emperor and his soul was destroyed, she would also be implicated and lose a part of her soul. And this was something that Yao Tao couldn't accept. She couldn't lose her soul, not even the tiniest bit. It wasn't easy for her to live like this, so she couldn't allow herself to lose her freedom. Thus, Li Siji couldn't die, at least not now. In other words, if Yao Tao wanted to save him, she would have to face that half-emperor head-on. This was truly big trouble. Yao Tao hesitated for a moment, but in the end she still chose to act. The moment that half-emperor attacked, a bright light burst out from deep within her eyes. She took a step forward and lifted her hand. The half-emperor frowned and then his eyes turned cold. A mere broken world true saint actually dared to try and stop him? He really didn't know what death was. But soon, the cold light in his eyes turned into endless anger. With a roar, a wild strength broke out from his body, instantly shattering the surrounding space and forming a terrifying destructive wave that swept outwards. The small world fragment below and the turbulent space around it were all torn apart, falling into absolute destruction. This was the result of the anger of a half-emperor. Everything would be destroyed. And the reason he was angry was because his time was forcefully stolen at this moment. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water dripping suddenly entered his ears. An ancient and giant clock phantom appeared. It was incomparably dim, but it seemed to represent a powerful will that couldn't be resisted. At this moment, it appeared above the half-emperor's head and the needle rapidly spun. The half-emperor within the destructive wave coldly locked onto Yao Tao. Then, he coldly snorted. In the next moment, he disappeared from sight. For a half-emperor to descend into the broken world, not only did they have to pay a great price, but their strength was also greatly reduced, and they could only stay for a short period of time. And just now, Yao Tao's finger had stolen the time from the half-emperor's body. This forced him to retreat as soon as he arrived. Of course, it wasn't easy for Yao Tao to do this. Her face paled and her eyes dimmed. In particular, that cold snort from the half-emperor before he left was like a bolt of thunder exploding in her mind. If it wasn't for the fact that her soul was strong enough and her will was incomparably firm, that cold snort might have shattered her soul. Li Siji finally found a chance. As Yao Tao coughed and blood flowed out from the corners of her lips, he screamed out in pain and blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. That's right, as if he had suddenly been pressurized, his entire face was soaked in blood, instantly turning into a gourd of blood. At the cost of shattering nearly half his soul, he finally escaped from the imprisonment as Yao Tao withstood the attack. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Shua, his figure submerged into the turbulent flows of space, vanishing from sight. Yao Tao lifted a hand and wiped the blood from the corners of her lips. Her lips curved up in a smile. Interesting, you actually managed to escape. It seems I underestimated you. You're quite ruthless to yourself. But I'm someone who rarely suffers losses, so sooner or later we'll settle accounts. She looked up at the skies and subconsciously rubbed her temples. But the other one is quite troublesome, a half-emperor. Although I don't know what level he's at, he's definitely much stronger than me. It's impossible to take revenge in a short period of time, and I have to be careful not to be killed. What a loss, I've suffered a great loss this time. Yao Tao turned and left. With a single step, she escaped into the turbulent flows of space. But a strange scene appeared. The turbulent flows of space around her actually separated, unable to touch her at all and unable to complete a spatial transfer. I'm someone who rarely suffers losses. First, I'm a narrow-minded person. Whenever I suffer a loss, I'll always find a way to get it back. Second, my luck is quite good. As long as I suffer a loss, I can quickly make up for it elsewhere. So, in general, I rarely suffer losses. World Zeroth land, the place where the ruler perished. Western desolation, that clan descending to fight for it. It's obvious that it isn't simple. Perhaps I'll have a harvest. Yao Tao revealed a smile, like flowers blooming in spring. Her entire person was incomparably beautiful. At this moment, Yao Tao suddenly raised an eyebrow. Not only did her actions not seem casual, but when combined with the surprise on her face, it made her seem particularly charming. Because at this time, she suddenly felt a strange aura. It wasn't a treasure, but rather a person. Although they were extremely far away, they were able to touch her heart and make her heart race. At this time, Yao Tao felt something she had never felt before. She frowned and her complexion became dignified. She stopped and looked somewhere in the turbulent flows of space. In the next moment, she lifted a hand and slashed forward. The turbulent flows of space separated, revealing a straight channel. Whoosh! Yao Tao's figure howled far away. As he flew, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He looked up in a certain direction and his pupils shrank, revealing a strong sense of dread. This aura was so strong. Although they were separated by an endless distance, he could still feel it. It was like a collapsing mountain, a terrifying pressure that couldn't be resisted at all. This was an absolute suppression, a strength that Qin Yu had never seen before. Could it be a powerhouse from the Western Desolation or that clan? But the world rules of World Zeroth were broken. Even Saint Dao cultivators would be restrained if they entered, so how could there be a stronger powerhouse descending? As the person who single-handedly orchestrated the whole incident and messed up the situation of World Zeroth, causing both the Western Desolation and that clan to suffer heavy losses, it would be a lie to say that Qin Yu wasn't panicking. Alright, to be honest, he was panicking now. He knew that if Qin Yu was discovered, he would definitely die. It shouldn't be, the final battle hadn't erupted yet, and the time to go all out had not arrived yet. How could a super powerhouse descend now? This was out of Qin Yu's expectations. Could it be that there was an unknown flaw in his plan? Just as Qin Yu's heart was shaking, the terrifying aura in the distance suddenly disappeared. That's right, it disappeared all of a sudden, as if it had never appeared. There was no trace left. His heart relaxed. It was as if the dark clouds that shrouded his mind were blown away by a strong wind. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. What was going on? The person who suddenly descended, released his aura a few times, and then left? Was this not a joke? This was World Zeroth, not a place where peacocks spread their tails. It wasn't easy to come here. Was it just to scare him? He couldn't figure it out. But no matter how Qin Yu tried to sense it, he couldn't find anything. In addition to the relaxed feeling in his mind, the other party had really left. Rubbing his eyebrows again, Qin Yu let out a breath. He thought that it was fine to leave. No matter what the reason was, it was still a good thing for him. Then, should he continue with the next plan? Qin Yu thought for a moment. He really couldn't find a reason to stop or change, so he continued. Cough. Although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that he was indeed a little scared. After a moment, Qin Yu, who was hurrying along, suddenly frowned. He felt as if he was being stared at by something. He stopped moving and waited with rapt attention, but nothing happened. He carefully sensed his surroundings. Everything was quiet and there was no abnormality. But as time passed, the feeling of being stared at became more and more intense. Qin Yu's face became gloomy. His first thought was, could it be that the person who had just descended had stealthily snuck over and wanted to give him a surprise? But this thought only appeared for a moment before it was suppressed in his heart. It was completely unnecessary, and it was impossible. A powerful existence with such an aura, if it wanted to do something to him, it could directly take action. There was no need to be so wretched. What was going on? Qin Yu's scalp began to tingle and his breathing became uneven. His intuition told him that he was in trouble, but he had no clue where the trouble was coming from. This sort of unknown problem was the most thorny and also the most headache-inducing. Perhaps he could try moving quickly to avoid it? Without hesitation, Qin Yu's figure instantly rushed out, his speed erupting to the fastest. A moment later, Qin Yu's face darkened. It was useless. The feeling of being stared at was still there. It didn't weaken because he moved, but instead became even more intense than before. It was like some unknown existence was rushing towards him at an astonishing speed from far away. He couldn't avoid it, nor could he escape. He could only brace himself and face it. Qin Yu was shocked and angry. Could it be that he had plotted against someone too ruthlessly before, and now he was suffering retribution? Chapter 1372. He could clearly feel that danger was closing in on him, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't even know what this danger was. Qin Yu could tell from his own experience that this feeling was truly unpleasant. It was like his body was wrapped in thorny vines, making him uncomfortable everywhere. Close. Close. Now was the time. Qin Yu suddenly turned around. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stubbornly locked onto something behind him. He wanted to see just who this person was. Bang! Space shattered and a figure walked out. At first, the figure was blurry, but soon it became clear. Qin Yu's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily, "Senior Apprentice Sister Peach." But he soon realized that this woman wasn't Peach Girl. It wasn't just because of the tyrannical aura she released, but also because of her completely different temperament. She wasn't Peach Girl, but she was exactly the same as her. If it were anyone else, they might be stunned for a moment, but not Qin Yu. Because Ning Ling was like this. Was this Peach Girl's other Soul Seed avatar? But that wasn't right. If she really was Peach Girl's Soul Seed avatar, how could she be so powerful? Just by sensing her aura, Qin Yu could determine at first glance that this woman was a genuine true saint of the vast Yang world. What was going on? Did the Garden Master and Peach Girl know of this woman's existence? Of course, what Qin Yu was more concerned about was whether this woman's existence would pose a threat to Peach Girl. As for why Qin Yu thought this, the answer was simple. When an avatar was far stronger than the main body, would it be willing to remain an avatar that could be taken back by the main body at any time and have its own consciousness erased? Yao Tao's eyes brightened. As soon as she saw Qin Yu, her heart raced and she almost lost control of herself. This feeling, he knew Peach Girl, and it seemed that they were quite close. But now there was also a bit of worry in his eyes. Was he worried about Peach Girl's safety? Yao Tao's lips curled up. She couldn't tell what she was feeling right now, but she was definitely not happy. Since she wasn't happy, then she must be angry. Look, you've made me angry, so you deserve what you get. So, I'm going to punish you. Yao Tao lifted her hand and pressed forward. Her 5 beautiful and delicate fingers slightly bent, and then she clenched them. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He never thought that after this woman arrived, she would attack him without saying a single word. That was only one of the reasons. The other reason was the power that erupted from her grip. It was a terrifying killing power that came from the law level. The laws of heaven and earth gathered into chains as she clenched her fist, madly contracting and strangling. One had to know that this was the Zeroth world. A long time ago, a ruler had fallen here, causing the small world to collapse. The rules of heaven and earth in this place were already extremely broken. Hence, it repelled the true sage Great Tao and almost became a true sage forbidden ground. But now, this woman was actually able to control the shattering rules in the world zeros. Moreover, she possessed such frightening might. If she was in the outside world, wouldn't she be even more powerful? However, although his expression changed, Qin Yu wasn't afraid of nomological suppression or strangulation methods at all. This was because his body had been tempered into a body of laws, which contained endless laws of the world. To make a simple analogy, if Yao Tao's fingers were to grasp the space and strangulation was like an iron lock, then Qin Yu's body of laws would be like a master key that could change shape at will. As long as he approached it, he could open it. Perhaps it wasn't appropriate, but the general meaning was clear. Yao Tao's nomological suppression methods were ineffective against Qin Yu. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If Yao Tao's nomological suppression exceeded the limit, she wouldn't give Qin Yu a chance to unlock it and would instantly kill him. But it was clear that although Yao Tao was strong, she hadn't reached such a level. Thus, the next scene was Qin Yu coldly snorting. His body shook and he shattered the nomological suppression. He stared at Yao Tao and coldly said, "Miss, there is no enmity between us, yet you want to kill me the first time we meet? Isn't that a bit too much?" Yao Tao didn't reveal any emotions because of Qin Yu's words. She looked at him and her eyes turned silver white. At the same time, another pupil appeared in the depths of his eyes. It was a double pupil that overlapped. Coupled with the silver-white pupil, it was truly strange. Double-pupiled person. The stone pagoda cried out in alarm. "Master, be careful." Without needing its reminder, Qin Yu could already feel an intense aura of danger. But before he could respond, an icy cold and powerful aura had already arrived, directly sealing his soul within. In the next moment, the soul-sealing strength crazily revolved. It was like an incomparably massive millstone, rumbling and roaring as it tried to crush Qin Yu's soul to pieces. After being killed twice in a row, even a man made of clay would have a bit of anger, much less Qin Yu. His eyes were icy cold and killing intent rose in his chest. He was worried that this woman in front of him would pose a threat to Peach Maiden and harm Ning Ling. He might as well take advantage of this chance to suppress her. Perhaps if he caught this woman, she would be of help to Peach Maiden. It wasn't that Qin Yu was arrogant. He knew that this woman in front of him was a genuine true sage vast young and was incomparably strong, yet he still dared to have such thoughts. But this was the world Zeroth land. It wouldn't be a problem for him to hammer 3 true sages with a single strike. No matter how strong this woman was, she still might have a chance. And the reason why he dared to counterattack even when his soul was suppressed, and even thought of suppressing this woman, was because he was fearless. After devouring the power of the innate spirit, he had successfully condensed his body of laws, and then nourished his soul. Coupled with the existence of the sun and moon force field, just based on the level of his soul, he was much stronger than before. He was no weaker than a true divine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the body of rules so easily and display such powerful strength. In simpler terms, Qin Yu wasn't afraid of the suppression of the rules, and he wasn't afraid of being crushed at the soul level either. Ugh. Saying that sounded like bullying. After all, the other party was a true sage. Did he think that the other party didn't care about his reputation? However, Qin Yu soon discovered that he had underestimated this woman in front of him. He wasn't afraid of the crushing strength that suppressed his soul, but during this process, some sort of icy cold strength seeped into his body. It was extremely cold, as if he had fallen into an extremely cold ice cave. His soul seemed to be frozen, which affected his consciousness. Even the speed at which his thoughts revolved became much slower. The stone pagoda lightly sighed. Master, you must remember this woman. Dual-pupiled individuals have been a different race since ancient times. Their souls are incomparably formidable, and they also possess all sorts of mysterious methods. You must be extra careful in the future. As his voice fell, another extreme cold strength appeared. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his face paled. The soul-suppressing strength was like a punctured bubble, vanishing with a light pop. Across from him, Yao Tao finally revealed a look of surprise. She stared at Qin Yu, clearly not expecting that he would have a way to break through the suppression. But soon, she didn't have time to continue thinking, because Qin Yu had already attacked. Bang! His feet slammed into the ground, causing the ground to violently shake and shatter. Dust flew into the air as he rushed forwards like a bolt of lightning. Strong winds rushed forwards, lifting up the hair on his forehead and revealing Qin Yu's callous face. His eyes surged with a cold chill. Blindly defending wasn't Qin Yu's style. He didn't care who this woman was. Since she wanted to kill him, he would first knock her down and slowly interrogate her afterward. The two sides weren't too far apart. With Qin Yu's current strength, he erupted with a terrifying speed and crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. The woman across from him didn't seem to be able to recover from her previous shock. Even when Qin Yu arrived in front of her, she still didn't respond. Being protective of the fairer sex was a virtue. In a situation where conditions allowed it, everyone should hold onto this principle. But now, it was clear that the conditions didn't allow it. Thus, when Qin Yu attacked, he didn't feel any psychological pressure, nor did he hesitate. He lifted his hand and punched out. His target was the other party's chest. If he aimed at the head or neck, the killing power would be far too great. If he wasn't careful, he could kill a person. There wasn't enough damage to the limbs, so the chest was the best choice. It could injure someone without killing them. But as his fist punched out, Qin Yu suddenly discovered that the position he chose wasn't the most appropriate. This was because the woman in front of him was completely the same as Peach Girl. It wasn't just her face, but her figure and body. The rise and fall of Peach Girl's chest was obvious, and the most direct result was that when Qin Yu punched out, although his fist was filled with killing intent and momentum, it suddenly gave off a somewhat wretched and flirtatious feeling. However, there was no turning back. Facing a true saint-level powerhouse, there was no room to be overcautious. Then again, this woman had tried to kill him twice already. Was it too much for him to hammer her chest? A playful light flashed in Yao Tao's eyes. She looked at Qin Yu's incoming fist, but she didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. In the next moment, there was a dull thud that resounded in his ears. With a heavy cough, Qin Yu's complexion paled. His ears buzzed and his vision darkened. His face was filled with anger. What was going on? When he punched out, a wild strength had wreaked havoc, but the result was that it seemed as if he had struck himself. Qin Yu's complexion changed again. This was because at some unknown time, the woman across from him had grabbed his hand. She smiled and said, "Does it hurt?" This was the first time she had spoken, and as her voice fell into his ears, it seemed particularly pleasant to listen to him. It would be great if he could hear it again. She was courting death. In the current situation, she actually dared to have such thoughts. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and pulled back his hand. The woman slightly retracted her fingers. Her sharp blade-like nails easily cut through his flesh. The torn flesh seemed as if it had been left there for a long time. It had become dry and lusterless, and the blood that gushed out turned jet black, emitting a foul stench. Poison! Qin Yu's complexion changed once more, anger rising in his eyes. He stubbornly stared at Yao Tao, a trace of panic in his eyes. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that he had fallen into her trap. Qin Yu took a step back and stormed backwards. Yao Tao smiled. "You've been poisoned by me, so where can you run to?" As she spoke, her figure flickered as she chased after him. She clearly didn't seem to have done anything, but her speed was astonishingly fast. No matter how Qin Yu accelerated, he couldn't shake her off. As time passed, his flesh and blood had completely withered from his wounds. Moreover, it continued to spread outwards like a piece of dried tree bark. The blood that flowed out became even blacker and the stench became even more pungent. He tottered on the verge of collapse. Yao Tao suddenly sighed. Her figure accelerated and she arrived behind Qin Yu. "Forget it, I'll just kill you like this." Before she finished speaking, there was a loud explosion and she was sent flying away like a boulder. This time, the one who was hit was her. Qin Yu let out a long breath of relief. Indeed, that strange method of changing targets wasn't without limit. Thinking about it, this was the right thing to do. Otherwise, even if this woman stood there without moving, no one in the world would be able to harm her. After tumbling several times, Yao Tao crashed to the ground with a loud crash. Mud and stones splashed everywhere as she sank into the deep pit in the ground. She lifted a hand and rubbed her chest, causing visible waves to rise up. She gently coughed twice. With a pale face she said, "In the end, you still managed to hit me. How does it feel?" As the first person to touch them, you should express your thoughts. In truth, Qin Yu was a bit stunned as he heard this. What was going on? The woman in front of him didn't seem angry at all. In fact, there seemed to be a bit of happiness in her eyes. Was she a masochist? But then again, this time she hit me in the chest. In all honesty, this was definitely a coincidence. I was just thinking about tricking you, so how could I be in the mood to care about anything else? Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, Yao Tao jumped up from the pit in the ground. She pouted in dissatisfaction. "Hey, you're going too far. The girl asked you what it felt like to hit her chest, but you didn't say a word, cough cough, it really was a bit hurtful." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Who are you and what do you want to do?" Before this, she had repeatedly tried to kill him, wanting to kill him. But after being punched, she suddenly switched to chatting mode. How could he accept this? Yao Tao smiled. "My name is Yao Tao. Remember this name and never forget it." She stared at Qin Yu, her smile becoming increasingly bright. "As for what I want to do, if I told you that I was testing you before, would you believe me?" Qin Yu was expressionless. He thought that he would have to be an idiot to believe her nonsense. Seeing him remain silent, Yao Tao wasn't angry. She continued to smile and say, "Hey, you really weren't poisoned, right? Why don't you show me your wound? As long as you cooperate, I will tell you what I want to do. I will definitely keep my word." Qin Yu frowned. He hesitated for a moment before lifting his hand. The area that was previously as terrifying as dried tree bark had now completely recovered. Besides a few faint white lines, it was impossible to tell that he had been injured. The body of rules had once again proven how powerful he was. Yao Tao stared at it for a long time. Then, she let out a deep breath and muttered, "Fate, this is fate." But looking at her appearance, she didn't seem disappointed at all. Instead, she seemed a bit excited. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He wasn't in the mood to watch her go crazy. "You can speak now." Yao Tao blinked. "What?" "Qin Yu." I knew I couldn't believe this woman, not even a single word. "Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. I really am a trustworthy person. I always keep my word." Yao Tao giggled as she stared at Qin Yu. Compared to when she had tried to kill him, she was like a completely different person. "I'm going to speak. This is an important matter, so listen carefully." Yao Tao took a deep breath and her chest rose even higher. Her voice was sonorous as she pointed a finger at Qin Yu. "I, Yao Tao, want to be your woman." This woman was crazy. Qin Yu lifted his hand with some difficulty. He slowly rubbed his eyebrows. He had seen fickle people before, but she was the first to reach this point. The reason Qin Yu came to this conclusion was because he could see the seriousness in Yao Tao's eyes. Just a moment ago, she had tried to kill him and now she said such words. If she wasn't crazy, then what was? Women were one of the most difficult creatures to deal with in the entire world. If the word crazy was added to the equation, then there was simply no way to deal with it. Yao Tao clearly had keen observation skills. She was able to judge the changes in Qin Yu's inner emotions through the minute changes in his expression. "First, I haven't gone crazy, and I'm glad I did. Second, you didn't hear wrong. I want to be your woman. Or, to put it another way, starting from today, you are my man." In a situation where he wasn't on guard, she was still able to jump up and down after being punched. Besides her pale complexion, there wasn't the slightest change. This crazy woman was far stronger than Qin Yu had imagined. It seemed that even if he attacked her with all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Then, thinking about how her mind might not be normal, continuing to attack in this situation wasn't a wise choice at all. Then, he would change his way of thinking. If he couldn't provoke her, couldn't he just hide from her? Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Miss Yao Tao, today's matters can only be considered a misunderstanding. Goodbye." He turned to leave. Yao Tao's voice sounded out from behind. "You know that as long as I want to chase you, you won't be able to escape, so, accept this result. I am the woman you are destined to be." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He turned to look at her. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't bring himself to attack her, he would have already punched her. "Do you know that I have painstakingly laid out a plan to provoke a great war between the Western wilderness and that race? How could I possibly have the time to waste with you?" Qin Yu's face darkened. He frowned and said, "Miss Yao Tao, just what do you want?" "To be your woman," she blurted out without hesitation. Qin Yu rubbed his face. "Stop. I have something very important to do, so I don't have time to waste with words. Just what do you want?" Yao Tao blinked her eyes, then blinked her eyes again. She first said, "Oh, so you have something important to do now, but I don't." Big eyes met small eyes, and there was a long period of silence. A moment later, Qin Yu's face darkened. A cold intent surrounded him as he hurried forward. Yao Tao smiled as she followed closely behind him. Although this woman had already sworn that she wouldn't say a single word and would pretend that he was blind and mute, he still didn't have any confidence in himself. Everything was fine, so why did he suddenly encounter this devil woman? He couldn't fight her nor could he get rid of her. Unless he gave up on his previous plan, there was no way he could hide anything from her. Aya, what a sin! Thinking of this, Qin Yu's complexion became even colder and the air pressure around him became even lower. As Yao Tao looked at his profile, she felt her heartbeat speed up and her face flush red. At this time, she wished she could shout out loud, "So handsome! So handsome! Mine, this man is mine!"